Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you're doing good. Welcome to the Pan-African Alliance of fellow militants and sympathizers. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, today we'll be talking about a topic that it's really particular to Cameroon as a country, but in Africa at large. So we'll be talking about the Ambazonian crisis. Some people call it the Ambazonian Civil War. So I just want to share more details and light in what is actually going on in Cameroon and why I think the Ambazonia ideology is a wrong one. And any group of people in Africa who are trying to copy this Ambazonian ideology will fail. You know, sometimes saying things like this in Cameroon might put you in problems, not from the government, but from this shenanigans, this group of idiots who try to go about and making like abiding citizens feel uncomfortable. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will just play a little video. You know, that's from France 24. Then I will start give you the brief history of Cameroon, how we get into a brief history of Cameroon history. I think for you to understand Ambazonian problems, the Ambazonian crisis, we need to understand a brief history of Cameroon. So I will not want to take so much of your time uh, talking about the Cameroon history, because you can always look for information yourself online. So ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look, or let's listen to this from French friend card.
Mvondo. Bienvenue à tous. Welcome to Reporters. In this edition, Cameroon's English separatist. They declared independence unilaterally 1,000 days ago, but that independence now seems as far away as ever. Hostilities continue in Cameroon's English South, which they refer to as Ambazonia. Images of slaughter pepper the internet. Catholic bishops in the UK have even intervened, making a call for an end to what they're calling human rights abuses in Cameroon. And President Paul Biya's military has been called into question. The separatist government in exile even accusing Biya's forces of genocide. Our team has been to the region. Regina Sondo is our reporter. She joins us now. Regina, it's a...
Yeah, they use words like genocide, manslaughter, human rights. That's what these people use. Let's listen.
Complex story, and you've had to overcome many obstacles to cover it. Tell us what they were.
Thank you, Mark. One of the obstacles we encountered covering this story was the security issues. You know, nobody can have access to this region, especially those coming from outside, without the military escorting them. And even though we were with the military, it wasn't easy, as a convoy was being attacked severally from the southwest to the northwest region. Most of the people living there are actually afraid of the unknown, which was what we saw on the ground.
Regina, thank you very much indeed. Let's take a look then at the report by Regina Sondo, Patrick Fandio, Michel Mvondo, and Luc Amel Nguo.
I'm in my second home, Alade.
Yeah, this stuff just.
The scars of war mark the walls of the houses, a reminder of a fierce battle on this road. Now the gunfire has gone, life has slowly returned to the streets of Akona, a town in the southwest region of Cameroon, once wrought with battle between Anglophone separatists and the army.
Yeah, so I just want to make it clear. Most of these battles, this crossfire between the so-called Amba boys and the army is usually done in like remote and rural areas, so they don't have the audacity to go into more urbanized areas where the military presence is really used. So they just take advantage of these little rural areas where there might not be a military base, and go around and terrorize the people of those areas.
The military patrols these straight roads regularly. Despite the calm, they are still protecting convoys of traders and passengers in this region, where secessionists dreamed to install the capital of Ambazonia, a breakaway state they declared in October 2017. Christians of this Presbyterian church abandoned their congregation when the armed conflict started. Today, some families are gradually returning. People once displaced by a war are now preparing to celebrate a Protestant feast, the Harvest Thanksgiving. George is one of them. He fled the war and hid in the bush as a refugee. According to the UN, this conflict has displaced 680,000 people.
There has been a lot of disaster. We hear the word of God. Since God it will not intervene. So we should praise Him, God, make us maybe peace continue. Maybe make peace come.
Yeah, this are like local people, local farmers, people who go around living their daily lives, trying to make your families, live better, and they got they became victim of these crossfires of things that they're not even part of. Yeah, so this is a corner. This is one of those regions in the Ambazonian territory, and these people don't really want to be part of this Ambazonian thing. So they're grateful that the military is there. They can carry on their daily activities. So now they can celebrate, was it their Christian feast as Protestants. So let's listen to what he's going to say.
Make killing the end. We say bye bye to killing one but peace.
Yeah, he speaks in pidgin, so you might understand if you understand English.
Build our country, Cameroon. I'm almost 70 years. I'm a Cameroonian. I'm at the point of going to death. I will die as a Cameroonian and will bury me in Cameroon.
Exactly. See, this is how most people think. This Ambazonia thing is it's an online thing. Most Anglophone people don't want it because it's just coming to make your lives even more worse than what it is before. You can hear him. He said he's a Cameroonian. He's a 70 years old man. He was born a Cameroonian and he's going to die a Cameroonian. And that's the spirit of pan-africanism.
Ambazonia, I don't know whether that name is a strange name to us. They will know of Cameroon.
Exactly.
Above the corner rises what's known as the Chariot of the Gods, Mount Cameroon. The mountain dominates this part of the country. The two Anglophone regions racked by a crisis for more than 1,000 days. To drive from the southwest to the northwest region, we follow a light armored car belonging to Cameroon's elite military force, the safest way to travel on this road.
Are there bombs where you are?
Yeah, so the Anglophone crisis is mostly taking part in the two regions, the northwest and southwest regions. They call it the Anglophone regions. But now the government don't really want people calling it the Anglophone regions. They just call it the Southwest and the Northwest region. So the Anglophone region is the name that the government tried to discourage people to use. So we just want to call it this Northwest and Southwest region because Cameroon is being divided according to region. There's a West region, Littoral region, Far North, East region. So it's just the Northwest and Southwest region. It's not an Anglophone region.
Speak.
There's a fear of roadside bombs. Captain Ibrahim Diop is monitoring the danger closely.
Yeah, someone was telling me Cameroon is actually a really green country. It's green. I think it's one of the wettest country on the world. So it's normal for you to see places like this.
Anticipates an attack on the convoy by separatist fighters who place improvised explosive devices on the road, a new strategy used in the conflict, similar to a guerrilla warfare tactic.
In the previous months, there were frequent ambushes on the road. That is, the secessionists, after having driven out the population. They occupy the buildings and hide to shoot at the defense and security forces or at administrative authorities. So we were obliged to take measures to reduce this kind of threat.
The threat has been reduced, though not eliminated. Suddenly, the convoy is attacked by an ambush sniper.
My name is Gabby.
Yeah, so what these Ambazonians people, what they do, they just do guerrilla warfare. So they hide in the bushes, and they try to target this military, They do some few shots and they run away. They're not really prepared to engage in the combat because they know they can't stand the power of the Cameroon military force. So that's what they just do. They hide in the bush, shoot some few bullets, and run. So that's what they do.
Villages recognized as strongholds of separatist fighters, locally called Amba Boys.
We were dealing with secessionists who were demanding independence and the establishment of the virtual Ambazonia state. But today we're dealing with outlaws who are bribing the local population, from roadblocks to kidnappings and demanding ransoms.
Exactly. That's what I was explaining to these other guys. This Ambazonian thing now is just a group of individuals, bandits who who kind of go around and disturbing the local population like bandits. They go kidnap people, ask them for money, ask them for ransom, and that's what the military is dealing with now. These Ambazonian fighters, these people don't really exist anymore. So it's people who have still got some guns with them, armed robbers. They go around now harassing villagers and asking them ransom, and that's why the military is always around to make sure most of these people are not inside those communities.
That we've moved past secession to organized crime.
A few kilometers away, troops fire warning shots to prevent further militia attacks. After 3 hours of travel, we arrive at another English-speaking region, the Northwest, the last stronghold of non-state armed groups. Our convoy again comes under fire. The Cameroonian soldiers fired back. The end of the journey, Bamenda. The city remains symbolic for starting a protest against President Obi's regime 4 years ago. The revolt was peaceful in the beginning, but over the years escalated into a full-blown conflict.
Yeah, this guy is called, they call him Mancho BBC. He's one of the guys that sparked the Ambazonian revolution. He was so famous that he was convicted of, I don't know what, treason, trying to destabilize the country. And he was convicted for, I don't know, 14 years in prison. So he's now in prison for 14 years. I don't know. We hope that he might not stay as long in prison as they intended. But yeah, as of this moment, he's still in jail. So he has done maybe 6 years. So he should have more, maybe, I don't know, 19 more years in prison. I don't know.
The first anti-regime protest took place here at the end of 2016. Teachers, judges and lawyers demanded more English-speaking teachers in the regions and demanded that the Anglophone culture be upheld in a bilingual Cameroon. To protest against what they say is marginalization, they adopted a policy of ghost towns, ordering shops to close and vehicles off the streets. Almost 4 years later, the city is still paralyzed by the ghost town movement, unlike cities in the Anglophone Southwest region, which hardly respect it.
Yeah, so the two regions in this Anglophone crisis, you have the Northwest and the Southwest region. The Northwest people, they're really serious when it comes to the Ambazonia thing. They want to boycott, things like that. But the other one, the Southwest, they don't really care so much. They go around carrying their daily activities and they don't even want those Amber boys. So I'm going to speak on the difference between the Northwest and the Southwest region. So you guys are going to understand that despite they calling themselves Anglophone and Francophone Ambazonians, both those two regions don't really see eye to eye. They don't really like each other. So they don't really see each other as brothers. So this Ambazonian thing, we are all Ambazonian, it's not really a reality as they're trying to make it sound like.
We will get in on foot up till where the target is, Romanus.
In Bamenda, we attend a final briefing for an undercover operation. The aim, to arrest a man named Romanus, a suspected leader of an armed secessionist group tracked down to a house using intelligence.
We gathered information that there are so many guards that if we stumble on them during the undercover operation, they risk thwarting our moves.
Don't you think there's a possibility of a leak? After everything, we must not make it an accident or a mistake.
Yeah, so I just want to say the Ambazonian, these people calling themselves Ambazonians, they stand no chance to fight the Cameroon military. It's just like, I don't know, David and Goliath. The Cameroon military is just too advanced for them. So, so they can't really do anything. They just need to destabilize the country, most of the time their own population.
About 20 soldiers are part of the operation, deployed to track down insurgent leaders who fled villages and now live in urban areas. The young Lieutenant Vondo Tamwo is in charge of neutralizing or arresting Romanus.
Yeah, all this
Now the greatest danger we face is the fact that secessionists are hiding among locals. It becomes difficult to work, because now if you launch an erroneous attack and a civilian is affected or wounded, it falls on us. The second, you're in the last vehicle. That's it.
Area with a potential risk of collateral victims, a risk everyone here knows about. Several NGO reports have documented the deaths of dozens of innocent civilians since 2017, caught in the crossfire between separatists and soldiers.
It's okay, you guys can cross. Turn your torches on. Be silent. Be silent.
In the dark, in a harsh storm, over farmland and rough ground, the troops advance on foot for almost a kilometer before arriving near a house without being identified.
When you arrive, let me know. Call me. They're very dangerous. The slightest noise, the slightest weird signal, they become very suspicious, and as soon as they get it, they tend to flee. Either flee or open fire hastily in order to escape.
The commander's first group of soldiers benefit from the sound of the rain muffling their arrival and get into the house without firing a shot. Inside, we follow the second team getting into the room. On the floor, a man who seems to match the description of the wanted separatist leader.
Yeah, you see how it's easy for the military to arrest these people because they have no clue of what they're doing. You know, they're just like really on trained people. You know, trying to separate the country. So it's just ridiculous.
He was very surprised that we arrived. The rain rocked him to sleep. He was comfortable. So he couldn't imagine that tonight we would come in and catch him. You know, most times when they come, they live in a house. They're just temporary shelters, maximum for 2 or 3 days, then they leave.
During the operation, the soldiers also seized a semi-automatic rifle and large caliber ammunition. According to this Army Special Unit, it's proof that separatist groups have progressed from homemade weapons to weapons of war. The geographical location of this region facilitates the illegal importation of weapons. In this jungle setting, between mountain peaks and a tropical evergreen forest, a no man's land on the border between the English-speaking Northwest and Nigeria, Lieutenant Colonel Frankie Pelene, head of the Elite Unit, inspects the border.
You see that village there? It's a Nigerian village. There, the border is only separated by the stream, and you see it can be crossed very easily almost anywhere. They use it as an opportunity to smuggle ammunition and weapons. The border is undefined. It's very easy to get into Nigeria and come back to Cameroon through the various routes.
The helicopter lands in the last Cameroonian village bordering Nigeria, Furuawa, recently recaptured from separatists after months of battle. The remains of a burnt school can be seen in the village square. More than 70 schools have been damaged in English-speaking regions where education is at a standstill. About 100 children in this village haven't had access to education for the past 1,000 days. The separatists called for a boycott of the Cameroonian educational system in the region, which they say was dominated by French.
I know that your principal problem here now is school resumption. It's very, very important. We're going to help you to have benches and tables.
In the
Yeah, so that's funny how he speaks English, but at least they're trying. So the military actually is the ones, are the people trying to go into these villages and help these people from the Ambazonian separatists, because the Ambazonian separatists are the ones doing more havoc to their own people. And when you say that, people say, no, it's the military. Actually, the Ambazonian separatists, they come to these villages, kidnap people, and ask them for ransom. That's just what they do. So these people like the presence of the Cameroon militaries in those villages. You can see how happy they are when they see the Cameroon military around, the clapping, and they feel more secure with the Cameroon military other than the Ambazonian fighters. And the Ambazonian fighters are supposed to be people from their community. So it's kind of an irony there.
The crowd, frustrated parents cry out for help. They want their children to go back to school. In this region, 5,000 schools remain closed and 1 million children have been deprived from education.
Yeah, 1 million, that's too much. 1 million children deprived from education. That's so much.
Including a good number of orphans. Orphans such as these who spend their evenings watching television and make them visually impertinent. Charlotte saved their lives a few months ago by escaping with them to the forest to hide from the fighting.
This is miracle. Yeah, she was abandoned in the bushes. We don't know anything about her parents, whether they died, or they were killed, or they ran, or what. I cannot tell you. We spent 6 months in the bush, and it was here. But the one day the children were 1 years old, the other one died in the and they died in the bush. Mosquitoes, hunger, no water, sleep. I say it was there. And I am really pleading that if there's any way that the government can do so that school should start, let peace come, let school start, let the children go to school. It will be a very good thing.
Encouraging schools to restart while hoping that full calm returns. That's the soldiers' strategy to try and win the population over. They also hope that the people here part ways with the separatists. But those armed and near invisible independence fighters are determined to carry on with their fight in the English-speaking regions. It's difficult to get in touch with them today for security reasons, and the main pro-independence political leaders are either imprisoned or in exile. 1,000 days later, their Ambazonia remains an unfulfilled dream.
Yeah, exactly. Ambazonia is going to remain an unfulfilled dream. Yeah, so guys, I just wanted to play that little sketch so that we know what's going on. So for us to actually understand the Ambazonian problem, I have this little slide about Cameroon. Okay, so we need to look into a brief history of Cameroon before we might understand the Ambazonian crisis. Yeah, so I just had to make a quick slide, so just to rush over. So yeah, so Cameroon as a country, well, did not exist, as we all know, during the 1884 Berlin Conference that led to the partition of Africa. The Germans came to Cameroon, and this is 1884. So when the Germans came to Cameroon, they sent this German military surgeon. He's called Natchinger. And so when he came, he landed at the Cameroon coast and he met with this guy, is King Dumbebel of Douala. Okay. So when he came, he met Dumbel. They had to sign a treaty because the Douala kingdom, the people there were already like organized, doing agriculture. The Bantu people, they were already really, really heavy in agriculture. They had farmland and everything, organized culture. So they had to sign a treaty of annexation. So according to that treaty, the Germans were supposed to protect them because, of course, the Germans had sophisticated weapons. So these people signed a treaty, but they had to respect the rights of the local chiefs, of the local cultures, things like that. But with time, as we know, the terms of these treaties were violated, and that led to a series of German resistance in Cameroon. And I'm not going to get into that history, but yeah. So when they came, they had this deal or this treaty with King Bear, and they sent his son. They said the son of King Bear, Douala Manga Bear, to study in Germany. Okay, so it was one of the deal. So this was the first people who went abroad. It was 1909. So Douala Mangaber went to Germany. He studied in Germany, and when the Cameroonian people were complaining about how Germans were maltreating them, how they are violating their treaties. He was in Germany by then, and he thought, well, okay, I'm now with these people. I can use my power to write to the German parliament or to the German chancellor, I don't know, king, so that we can tell the Germans occupying Cameroon to stop. So he rallied up, what's it called, like missionaries and lawyers in Germany to fight against the German colonizers in Cameroon. But what happened? He was instead convicted of treason and he was hanged. So that was kind of controversy because he thought, well, I'm German now. I speak with these people. We are the same, so I can call them to order. But they had to tell him, no, just the fact that you study with us, that does not make you German. Yeah. So after the First World War, we all know Cameroon was being partitioned between the French and the English. Yeah, so French and English trusted territories, and that's when Cameroon became part of France and England. So France and England did not actually come to colonize Cameroon; they were given as trusted territories, and this is the beginning of the Ambazonian region, because they had to separate this country from English and French, and that is the beginning of all this Ambazonian thing. We're Ambazonians, we're English, and we're French, and things like that. Yeah. So this is the German map. This is the German Cameroon when Germany was colonized Cameroon or annexed Cameroon. That was how big the country called Cameroon was, according to Germany. That was how Cameroon was partitioned, according to the Berlin Conference. But after the defeat of the Germans in the Second World War, Cameroon was divided into so many other countries. The pink part is the country that remains as Cameroon. No, the pink and this little, I don't know, brown. But the other parts now is part of Central Africa, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea. Some part of it is Chad, and some part of it is Nigeria. So this is how Cameroon was partitioned from the left to the right. So it became so many different countries. Yeah. So during that time, there was the pan-africanism movement started around the 900. Shout out to people like Jomo Kenyatta, Haile Selassie, Kwame Nkrumah, and all the like. So the pan-africanist movement was there. The spirit for independence, and countries in Africa started demanding for independence, and some of them were having their independence. Then there was the NCNC. So the NCNC. So okay, let me go back. Yeah. Let me just go back here. So when Cameroon was partitioned between Britain and France, the southern part of Cameroon was ruled with Nigeria, because according to the British, they said, well, we don't have enough officials to put them stationed in Cameroon. So the few officials we have, we can use Nigeria to rule Cameroon. So this southern part of Cameroon was just ruled as Nigeria. So we had the same colonial governors. And because of that, they had what they call the NCNC. It was the National Congress of Cameroon and Nigerians. So these guys, like these West Cameroonians and these Nigerians, were all in the same political party trying to fight the British. So we had Indele was one of the Cameroonian politicians by there, and these two other guys. There's this Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. I think Nigerians know him really more. So where they talk about him. So the NCNC was a political party that was for both Cameroon and Nigerians, because we're all ruled by British. So it was some kind of a nationalist, revolutionary movement to tell the British to fight for independence. Yeah. So then what happened in the 1960s, after all these Pan-Africans, we started having our independence. Cameroon, like French Cameroon, had its independence. Okay. In the same 1960, Cameroon had its independence in January 1960, and Nigeria had its independence in August 1960. So now the part that is called Southern Cameroon, it was a stretch of land right from the north to the south. They didn't know what to do with them, because according to the British, these people were small, we could give them independence. So they had to ask them to decide, do you guys want to join Nigeria, since Nigeria has got its independence, to become part of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, or do you want to join Cameroon to become part of La République de Cameroon? So what the Ambazonians people, they claim, they say, well, you did not give us the third option. Why didn't you ask us if we wanted to be an independent nation? Why did you give us just two options to join Nigeria and Cameroon? So that's the case that the Ambazonian people, they still have up to today at the UN. They say, well, we could be a nation on our own. Why didn't you ask us to be independent? So what happened? There was a plebiscite, a referendum. So the north of Cameroon, I don't know if I have the map. Okay, so I don't think I can make it big. Yeah, the north part of Cameroon, if you can see this part right up here, they voted to join Nigeria because they were mostly Muslims, and they could find similarities with the population of Muslims. So all this north stretch of what is called, it was called the West Cameroon, or the British Southern Cameroon, the north part, all of them, they voted overwhelmingly to become part of Nigeria. So because of that, this Cameroon became smaller again. So they had a chunk of Cameroon that went to become Nigeria. And the French Cameroonians were not really happy. And so when it came to the plebiscite in the southern Cameroon, you understand, people claim, I'm not really sure, that the elections were rigged because Cameroon was not ready again to lose a chunk of its territory to Nigeria. So there was this election in the southern part of Cameroon, and they voted to join Cameroon. But this is the thing. There were two political groups. There's the group of Ndele, this guy. Ndele wanted to become part of Nigeria. Okay. Then there's another guy, I can't find his picture. It's called Foncha. So Ndele is from the southwest region of Cameroon, and Foncha, I couldn't find the picture of Foncha, sorry, is from the northwest. So Ndele wanted to become part of Nigeria, and Foncha wanted to become part of Cameroon. So for some reason, the Northwesterners are more than those from the Southwest. So they voted to join Cameroon. And from still today, those two tribes, or those two people, don't really see eye to eye, because people who supported Ndele, they still tell this other one. So it's because of you that we suffer in this country. Maybe if we were part of Nigeria, we could have been better, but I don't know. So when Cameroon joined, when they voted to join Cameroon, that was 1961. It was a federal state. Okay, so we had two stars. So this was the Cameroon flag, because Cameroon, La République de Cameroon, was already a sovereign nation, an independent nation. So when we joined them, the flag became like this. It was to indicate that two states were now part of this country. You understand? We had two stars for the two states. So, and when we did that, so this is the star, the Southern Cameroons, we had two stars, one for French or one for English, the English Federation, and the other one for La République de Cameroon. Yeah. So this was the beginning of the Ambazonian crisis. So what happened during this time? There were two complete different parliaments. There were the Southern Cameroon Parliament, and there was the Cameroon Parliament. So the Ambazonian people, the so-called Ambazonian people today, had their own parliament. They were governed by themselves. They had their own banks, their own civil societies, and things like that. They governed themselves as a complete sovereign nation, and things were going on really, really well. Okay, until when oil was discovered in the southwest region, and the French people did not have access to that oil, so they wanted to be part of that oil. So the only way they could be part of that oil is to make these countries become one. So they had what they call the plebiscite in 1972, and some people say it was some kind of a fake plebiscite, and they forced Cameroon to become one. So due to that, they had to take out these double stars, and make this country become one again, become Cameroon problem, the Republic of Cameroon. So according to the Ambazonian people, they're asking, well, we are now part of one country, but you don't treat us as people who came from a different, who were completely an independent people. You just treat us like one tribe in your country. And so that is the whole issue of the Ambazonian people. So, but they have some really, really great points that they make. So let me try to share these things over here. Let's see, what's that? Okay. Yeah, so I don't know if I can see this. Let's see this. Okay, so what do these Ambazonian people? What do they claim? You know, what's the Ambazonian problem, or the Anglophone problem, as they call it, the Anglophone crisis? Yeah, they have some points that they talk about, which it's not wrong, you know, for the most part, because there's the French domination in Cameroon. You understand? We came and become part of a bigger country where it was already French, and we came as a minority group. This country was already existing, and everything was in French. And so now we become part of the same nation, and they had to change things from French to English. And that process has not been really, really done properly. And it's true, the people of Cameroon, the Anglophone people, most of them have to do things in French. You have you have what we call entrance exams, like government entrance exam. Most of them are still in French. You know, you go to maybe public offices, you need to speak in French and things like that. It's a problem that, like, even the Francophones themselves, they do accept that there's so much French influence, but the government has been trying gradually to kind of change the whole of the system, because it takes time. And even up to today, like the prime ministers of Cameroon, they have always been English. Though we have the president, we all know Paul Biya is the head of Cameroon, is a dictator or whatever, but the prime minister, the head of government, so-called head of government, is always an Anglophone, or it's always an Anglophone, and that's always been from when we became part of Cameroon, became part of this country. So that is the point of this Ambazonian people. So it was not actually a secessionist movement. These were just people, like, it was a civil society that said, well, we can't be doing this. We need to address these issues, because people in this country, in this part of this country, don't understand French. And we came from a complete different culture. We don't speak French. So now we are part of this country. We need to address these things. We need to make this country like more bilingual. They don't need to speak French in the region. So that was the original problem of that's what we call the Anglophone problem, to make English like be actually official and accessible to people who speak English in the country. So that is the Anglophone problem. The Anglophone problem has never been a secessionist movement. It's never been like that. So, so when all these things started, it started with the lawyers. Let me just share you. Let's share this Agbobala. Okay, let's share this one. Yeah, so it started with Agbobala. These were the guys. Sorry, okay. These were the two guys. This is a lawyer and this is a professor. So they were the ones who started this movement. They say, well, enough is enough. We can't be teaching our children with French, or going to classes, going to court, and all the judges are French, and people who will come in for your cases don't even understand what the judges they're talking about. And they started the strike. It was a civil society. It was lawyers and teachers. These are the original people these two guys, or these two people here, this one represented the lawyers and this represented the teachers. And they said, you know what, we can't do this. We have to boycott. And they started a strike, okay? And all teachers and all lawyers, like the English-speaking ones, were involved. So the government tried to crack them down it was not possible. So what the government did, they tried to use force. They deployed the police or the gendarmerie, and these guys, lawyers and teachers were being beaten, and these guys were arrested and put in jail. And when they were arrested and put in jail, then then this movement of Ambazonia came about. But these guys were in prison for almost a year, but due to pressure from like international bodies and things like that, they were released. Okay, when they were released, all what they demanded for was created. Like he demanded for what they call the common law to be part of the Cameroon judiciary, to be created, part of the common law, and it was done. And they wanted more Anglophone professors to be in charge of Anglophone University, and it was done. So these people were part of a consortium that were looking for diplomatic solution to the Anglophone problems, and they created what is called SCACUF. Yeah, they called it Southern Cameroon Ambazonia Consortium Front. This was the first political party to be part of Ambazonian, and these guys were diplomatic guys. They knew actually we can solve this problem diplomatically, and gradually they were taking their demands to the French government, and actually the Cameroon government was changing these things gradually, one step at a time. But from nowhere, people like Ambazonians, like people who live in the West, people who were part of one radical party, they called them the NCNC, they called them Southern Cameroon National Congress. They were like revolutionaries. They hijacked, that's what happened. They hijacked the Southern Cameroon Ambazonia Front. They hijacked this movement and made it a secessionist movement. They're the ones who started telling people to pick up arms and fight the government. And that is the problem of Ambazonia today. Ambazonia was never a secessionist movement. It was a political movement, trying to solve the Anglophone problem through diplomacy. But NCNC hijacked Ambazonia and made it a secessionist movement. And what is so wrong about these NCNC people? They are not in the government. None of them. They're not in Cameroon. All of them, they live abroad, okay? They live abroad, and they're telling these people, you take up arms and fight this country. You're going to separate yourself. You're going to create your own country, Ambazonia. They are the ones who created this Ambazonia virtual country on the internet. And people are buying into this, and a lot of people are dying. And that's why I say, when I tell people I'm not part of Ambazonia, because the original SCACUF, I was part of this SCACUF, and they were actually doing great. But when this NCNC hijacked this movement, it became a secessionist movement. It became an armed group, and an armed group that is not even well armed. These people have no arms. They just have like local guns and locally made guns to fight the military. There's no way they can fight the military. So they believe by fighting, using these local guns to go and fight the Cameroon military, they're going to call them for dialogue and separate the country. But they're just being delusional, because even the African Union has told them, no way, we can't divide Cameroon. They're going to all kind of organization, the United Nations. They've told them times and times again, we can't divide Cameroon. You need to go and speak with your government and build your country, because the problem is an internal one. So, but they don't want it. They want to divide Cameroon by force, by arms, and that's not going to happen. So if these guys were actually powerful enough, there will be talks. For example, I always give an example of the Tigray. The Tigray, these people have got big guns, they're well armed, they can cause damage. That's why the African Union could say, well, we need to step in and talk to stop the carnage that might happen. But no one is going to come and talk for Ambazonia, because these people are just very irrelevant. They don't have anything. They can't fight the Cameroonian army. So the Ambazonia movement in itself is dead. So when SCACUF was hijacked, that's when Ambazonia died. It died completely. Okay. So now what they call Ambazonia soldiers? These are just rebels who go around harassing people, extort money from them, kidnap people, and take ransom. There are a lot of people in the West who even call themselves Ambazonia, whose family members have been kidnapped and they ask them for ransom. That's just what is going on. There's no Ambazonian war. It's just criminals harassing people and asking them for money. And if you don't know, there are like 10,000 of these little so-called Ambazonian groups, and what they do, they go around, they look for one isolated military. They might kill one isolated, like a police people. They only kill police people because police people are the ones that they can see. They may shoot one policeman and they will brag and show it on the social media. Oh, we got one, we got one, we got one. Because when they do this, the people that actually believe in Ambazonia, they'll say, okay, you're doing good. And they say, well, we need money to get more arms. And people actually contribute money to give them. But it is not going nowhere. So the problem for Ambazonia is for these people to actually put your arms down and come and talk, because Paul Biya is getting tired. What they're doing now, they kind of sabotage the economy, but they're not sabotaging the economy for the French side. They're sabotaging their own economy. The people in the Anglophone regions are even more poorer because most of these people are like doing agriculture, but you can't go to the farm, because you go to the farm, you meet these people who call themselves Ambazonian soldiers, and they're going to ask you for some kind of ransom. So it's a movement that is dead. So there's no civil war. It's just a one-sided thing. These people have got no power. They can actually fight the Cameroon military. So, let's look at this. So when this movement started, okay, can you see this? Yeah. Okay, this is a secessionist movement all over the world, you know. So when they want people who want to have what they call self-governance, they already start to this organization. It's called the UNPO. I don't know, you know what. So this is a secessionist movement, and you will be surprised to see how many people want to be want to have self-governance. I was surprised to see even the Maasai. So one time, the Maasai themselves, let's see if they're still there. Where was I? Yeah. So you've got the Maasai. So let's see what's that. Yeah. But their membership was discontinued in 2012. So they abandoned it. They said, wow, that's not going to work. And they had to abandon that. And you have I think Zanzibar as well. They were discontinued in 2005. They wanted self-governance. That's crazy. And what was this guy? I think these are the vendors in South Africa. So the vendors themselves, they wanted to be self-governed. They too were discontinued in 2015. There's so many of them, you know. You can come to this website, you're going to see. So you can see now, Ambazonia was a former member, but they too, they're not part of this UN, Unrepresented Nations and People Organization. They are not more part of this organization. So there's a lot of things. People will try things. It's not going to work at the end of the day, but they will lose. They're the ones that will lose. You know, now you have the Biafra. It's so bad that the Biafra, they're trying to see, they look up to the Ambazonians as people who are achieving something. The Ambazonians are not achieving anything. You know, we have so many people here. So the current one, of course, we have Somaliland. That's part of this movement. But Somaliland is, what's it called, de facto state. Yeah, it's more serious. And I think what is stopping Somaliland from gaining independence is just Somalia. I think Somalia is the one stopping them, because that region there is really, really, it's an interesting one. If you give them independence, there's going to be a lot of people in that region who will want independence themselves. And you see, they've got the Oromos. The Oromos too want to be self. Yeah, everyone want to rule themselves. Yeah, Oromo Liberation Front, they're there. I don't know. Yeah, they're present. They're even active ones now. You know, was that Ogaden as well. Everyone wants to be part of their own country. You know, all over the world, the ones present ones, and so many are gonna add, and so many are gonna go away. You understand? So, yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, Zanzibar as well, Joe. Zanzibar as well want to be free. You know, all this secessionist movement in Africa is just a waste of time. I think people just try things and things like that, and they're gonna try. It's not gonna work. But the idea is losing people losing, like people dying, young people dying, poor people losing their life because of people who don't really understand how diplomacy work. That's the problem, because when they do this stuff, they carry a lot of people in this mess. You understand? So many countries. Yeah, you can look at the map. So everyone wants to be independent, but it's not gonna work that way. What's this one here? I don't know. You have Bela people. You have the Amazigh. I think they are Abakai. I don't know. Yeah, everyone's the Aboriginals as well of Australians. They want to be on their own. Yeah, come on. Of course, we know the Africans. You have South Africa. I don't know. This is some Angola people. I don't know. Yeah, my point with Ambazonia is there's no civil war in Ambazonia at this moment. It's just some group of rebels going around asking people for money, for ransom, and it's just an online thing. They control nothing. Cameroonian governors are still working. They always say, "Oh, there's not going to be no election," but there's always election in Anglophone regions, and not they can't stop it. You understand? They don't have the power. They just cry online and they expect people to come and meet them and sympathize with them. Yeah. So there's nothing Ambazonia can do. Anyone that's telling you there's Ambazonian war, there's no war. There's no war in Ambazonia. There's just some criminal groups. The military is like, I don't know, 1,000 times stronger than the Ambazonian military. So I want to show you some of the things to do. I think I have this. Let's see this thing. Okay. Let me show you some of the things these Ambazonian people do.
Danger with boys in 29 December. And the caterpillar that they don't chakara off. They don't chakara the caterpillar off. General danger. With poison. And caterpillar that they don't chakara off.
So this is what they do. Yes. Look, these stupid people. They go like they meet isolated people doing like public works and they go and harass them. That's just what they do. These people like actually building a road in their own town. They go and harass these people and destroy this, I don't know, excavator. Then they'll be proud. Oh, we destroy one of the I don't know, the machineries. Like Ambazonian must be free, but they're doing this to their own self. You understand? That's just what they do.
The terrorists, they don't run. The terrorists, they don't run. With the caterpillar for we.
Yeah. So these are the people they call Amba boys. The people that they actually think they're gonna separate Cameroon.
All the like we don't run. The workers are all they run. Now see now the caterpillar that don't chakara all.
Yeah. So they're happy that they've destroyed that excavator. So
I see now the road is already with the chica.
Let me look for another one.
Everything. Don't connect plenty.
Okay.
This announcement is made, clearly, and the words.
So these are the Amba. Sorry.
Ambazonia Restoration Force is popularly known as Amba Boys. Stormed the Boya Central Market this Thursday morning.
So these are the people they call Amba Boys. You guys, do you really think people like this gonna change the country?
Amba Boys invaded the market in search of Cameroon soldiers. It should be recalled that yesterday, Wednesday, witnessed attacks and gunshots that led to the death of some civilians and disrupting the Malian team that was training in the Boya Moliko Stadium. Separatist fighters have decided to disrupt the African Cup of Nations that is currently ongoing in Cameroon. They have sent warning threats to the government of Cameroon and to the various teams that are scheduled to play in the Anglophone regions even before the start of the competition. There have been violent gunshots and confrontations between the Cameroon military and the separatist fighters, especially in Boya, Moliko, and Moya. That seems to be the stronghold of the Amba Boys. The Cameroon government has stepped up security in the Anglophone regions even before the start of the competition and has assured participating teams of their safety. However, with the current look of things, it is clear that AFCON 2021 is threatened and the Cameroon government is doing all to make sure all the foreign delegations are safe.
Yeah, so these guys, they always go to really rural areas and local areas where there's not so much presence of military, and they go and claim victory over there. That's what they do. So when you hear Amba boys, these are the people they call Amba boys. They're not any organized people. You know, they have some few AK-47, and that's it. You know, when they do all these things, this show just for the people in the West to make them think they are doing work, and they ask for money. That's just what they do.
Jonathan for life. I need to do the picking them. And that's Sagat life.
Yeah, everyone among them is a general. All your name is General, Field Marshal, and things like that.
Find this. When I take Jonathan for life, Sagat. And this I picking and then I boy market, the central market. They all run. Is that the all military all run? Now they talk on by right. I'm here, I'll be all the talk, and if you not nothing, not I fear them. I've already put them. I've not swear out my life. Then I also. Yes. And
Yeah, guys, thanks for calling. You know, thanks for calling. So, what have you got to add to this rubbish, man? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'll go ahead. Yeah, so this is Ambazonia. This is the topic you was talking about on that last stream that we was on. Yeah, so which country is the Ambazonia crisis is happening?
Cameroon, the south,
Cameroon.
the south,
Okay.
the south and northwest region. Yeah, it's Cameroon.
Okay.
Let me put them up here.
Yeah, it's a lot of conflicts that be happening in Africa that doesn't hit the mainstream news over here in the West. You see what I'm saying? So I appreciate you bringing light to it. You know, I mean, I really ain't got much to say because I'm kind of neutral. I'm just seeing and observing from the outside. But you know, I hope everybody all right. I don't want to see nobody getting hurt. You know what I'm saying? I can't say if they doing the right thing or the wrong thing because I'm not there and I'm not a judge like that. But I do appreciate the bringing awareness that that something's happening. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, thank you for calling in. Thank you for calling in.
Yo, Kifaro. Shout out to Q and King Genocide. Kifaro, I have a question, and this is not conspiracy or anything. So this sorry, I'm also eating, so forgive me if I make funny sounds. So this separation of Ambazonia, is it really deep down from the heart of Ambazonians, or do you think the white man is playing a part? I don't want to always blame everything on white man. But I just want to know, are they playing a part on the divide and do you think they're playing a part on the divide and conquer aspect?
I think whatever they're doing, I don't know to say. I can't say completely that they're not involved, but I think we have the decision. You understand? We have the
Because
final say.
sorry to cut you, but where are the Ambazonians getting those weapons from?
Okay. Before, according to them, they claim they attack military convoys and get the weapons from. Sometimes they took weapons from Nigeria. You understand? I've been part of this group. They bought some weapons from these Bakassi guys. There was one time they bought weapons. We actually contributed money. It was something where I don't have to say so much. And they had some weapons from Nigeria, from this Bakassi separatists as well. And when that was leaked, the Cameroon government and the Nigerian government had a pact and they're securing that border now. It's not gonna. It's difficult for them to do that again. The Ambazonians, they don't really have any weapon. They just have some few AK-47s and some. I've seen them with some few rockets. What's it called? RPG, like really local RPG. But most of their weapons they get from ambushing, like military convoy, isolated police people, and things like that. But they don't really have any serious weapons.
Mhm. Okay. And the first question, do you think it's an outside thing or?
Um. As I said, this political party that they call them NCNC that hijacked this Skakuf. They have been outside of Cameroon for a long time. You understand?
Mhm.
They
Mhm.
like the militants of those parties. They were exiled out of Cameroon. Most of them live in the West, in Western countries. So maybe they are going outside there and making deals with these countries. Telling them if we can do these things, if you can give us these arms, we're gonna separate yourself. Then you may have this. You might have like
Mhm.
what's it called? You might come in these
Independent.
countries. Yeah, you can come and open your companies. We can have this with you. With all we have, all these things. It's possible, but yeah, people. There's one guy they call him Choayaba. Is one of the militants of the NCNC. Okay, so he was caught coming to the UK to sign an oil deal with one unknown British firm. You
Mhm.
understand?
Mhm.
I was trying to look for that video. He was coming to sign an oil deal in Ambazonia with one unknown British firm. So things like that, it may be possible that they might come, they might be having some aid from Western countries, but they're just being stupid, as far as I'm concerned. There are possibilities, but for now, there's no much evidence to prove that they have some serious arms because they don't.
Mhm. Okay. Okay. Thanks. And one more question. You said that you don't really agree with separatism. Well, you know
Mhm.
that the borders we have today, whether it is Kenya, whether it is Somalia, whether it is Ghana, whether it is Cote d'Ivoire, these are all colonial
Mhm.
boundaries. Long
Mhm.
time ago, before 1800, these countries did not
Mhm.
exist, and we had our own small kingdoms and whatever. So I don't know. I don't know how many tribes there are in Ambazonia. I'm not sure how many tribes are there in Ambazonia.
Okay. Okay. Let me just
You're
show
all
you from this.
how's it called? Bamiamlieke. Comment ça s'appelle? Bamieke. Yeah.
Bamileke is just one of it's just one is Bamileke is a clan, and inside the Bamileke they have so many tribes. So look at this. Look at this. Joe. Basmutrid, what
Mm-hmm.
it? Okay. So Ambazonia, have you seen?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that?
Just I can't read. Let me check in the other screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see.
169. That is just for the northwest and southwest of Cameroon, not adding the whole of the country.
Wow.
You understand?
Wow. Yeah.
169 indigenous tribal dialects. When they say tribal dialects, it's just tribe because every tribe has got its own. That is just, was it 860, like 6 to 8 million people? So they can't be fighting that they're fighting based on tribe. It's not tribe.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So
Mm-hmm.
if it was tribe, then it would be a mess. It's just a political thing. As I said, this movement was being hijacked by people who've got their own personal interests. The NCNC, the NCNC people. When this thing started. I don't know if you were here before. I tried to let me go here. You see, this is when Cameroon, okay, immediately after when the Germans came to Cameroon, this was the demarcation of this country. Okay,
Uh-huh.
this was German Cameroon, but after the Berlin Conference, no, sorry, after Germany was defeated,
Lost. Yeah.
yeah, lost.
World
Cameroon,
War
look
One.
how it was partitioned. Look how it was partitioned. So just this small part is remaining Cameroon. So if actually we are fighting, we should be fighting to have this country. You understand? We should be
Mm-hmm.
fighting to have this country. But just this small part here, let's see.
In fact,
So
it's
I don't
funny
know if
because I'm used to the size of Cameroon on the right. The size of Cameroon on the left, it looks like an obese Cameroon.
yeah. But that was the original. That was how Cameroon was partitioned in the 1884 Berlin Conference. That's how big it was. So it
Mm-hmm.
was even more tribes. So they've kind of made it small after part this side now is like part of Central African Republic. There was a big chunk of Cameroon that is now Nigeria, or things like that. Then there's this small region here, the southwest, the south and northwest. Even among these people, they are not the same. They have their own tribal beef. You understand? They're not
Mm-hmm.
united. They claim they are. People from the northwest and people from the southwest, they don't even see eye to eye. And there's already that division among the Ambazonian people. It is there, but they're not going to say that. So it's something that it's not got any base. You understand? If they were like one people, okay, then okay, you could see them going somewhere. But they don't decide. They don't agree on anything. They don't agree on anything. The Ambazonian people don't agree on anything. Everyone wants to do their own thing according to them. They have what they call county by county. What's it called? County by county, warriors or whatever they call them. So it's just little group of people just trying to do things according to themselves. There's no coordination, there's no organization. You understand, and that's why they still lose up to today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I also think people have to remember colonization wasn't really that long ago. So a lot of African countries who just got their independence are still trying to pick themselves up from the losses inflicted on them, especially economically, from being colonized. And like Joe said earlier, the borders in Africa doesn't really make any sense because it grouped people in one country who didn't get along, and it split
Mm-hmm.
tribes
Mm-hmm.
who actually got along with other tribes in different countries and different governments. And I think that's partially why it caused so many civil wars in a lot of African countries. So I think maybe instead of the Amazonian thing, the African countries need to go back to form their own Berlin Conference and maybe redraw the borders again. In
Mm-hmm.
not just in Amazonia, Cameroon, but the entire continent. The entire borders of Africa needs to be redrawn because the borders just doesn't make any sense, even from an economic point of view. If you're a landlocked country, your situation is even more messed up. If you're a landlocked country in Africa, your situation is even harder, especially if you're on a desert and you're landlocked. So maybe there needs to look at the redrawing the African borders again. This time with the African leadership sitting down with the chiefs or whatever, and determining which tribes want to join which tribes in what country. I think that would be better because at least when it comes down to it, be like your leadership made a decision to join this country. But with this one, it's like the white people are forced different African tribes who are obviously hostile towards each other, all in one country, and they split friendly tribes into different countries, which is causing a lot of conflicts in Africa. So, yeah, I think we need to look at the borders again. And Cameroon and Amazonia is not the only place that's having there's these type of separatist
Okay.
groups all over Africa,
Yeah,
isn't it?
I get you. But the thing is that not all African tribes are that huge. What do you think is going to happen to the smaller tribes if we have to go back?
I can answer that. Okay, like in Ghana, for example, the Akan tribe in Ghana and Ivory Coast are at least 30 to 40 million. we can easily form our own country. In regards to the smaller tribes, one thing about you have to know about African countries or smaller tribes that always have a bigger tribe or a much bigger tribe where they are sort of similar to them in terms of culture, languages, religion. They can be put into those in countries with a much bigger tribes if they are similar enough in language, culture, religion, maybe even genetics and lineage. You know, you can do a DNA test and realize some ethnic groups are more closely related to each other than they are to other groups. I think that would be a lot better than just lumping different tribes in one country and say, okay.
Okay. This is the thing. I get what you say, but if you're even going to genetics, then there will not be Ambazonia, because these people were fighting the French people. There are some other tribes that are the same people. It's just because they were separated by French and English. You have like the Bamileke, they are the same grass feeders as the ones in the Anglophone problem, in the Anglophone side. You have the Sawa, they are the same like the Douala people in the French side. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, so basically, that's even worse. So you're telling me that shows the impact colonial rule has had on that particular region of Africa. That shows that colonial rule and borders and separating people based on language or whatnot and a different constitution is the root causes of this problem.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why the Ambazonian fight is baseless. You understand what I mean? If what they're fighting for to get your country consider themselves separated from the other people, it's just it's a misconception. Because actually, not.
Why is it baseless? Based on, I mean, if you have every country in Africa shares the same value with the neighboring countries, you go to part of Ambazonia, they have the same culture with Nigeria because they share border. You go to Ghana, part of Ghana shares border with Ivory Coast. Those people have the same culture with Ivorians. Even they're gonna have the same culture with Togo and Burkina Faso as well. There's no country in Africa that's not an island that is just on its own. So you're gonna have people that have the same culture with the Bamileke people. But when it comes to people fighting for independence, there are a lot of things that comes into consideration. You have people fight for independence either because they are marginalized, or because of religion, or because of skin color, or because they have a different history. These are things that goes into consideration. It's not just a thing that you just come up with. Canadians, the French speakers in Canadians were fighting for independence. These people look the same people. They speak, if you look at them, you cannot differentiate who is an English Canadian or a French Canadian. But why were they fighting to have independence? Why did English Canadian give them a referendum? Why? Because they have a different history. One people was colonized by French, the other people were colonized by English. And that shouldn't be something that you just wiped out, because these are two different histories, despite the fact that they are found in the same area. And they were given a referendum and they choose to join Canada. You go to Scotland, there is no difference between a Scottish and an English person if you see them face to face.
But the Scottish are now fighting.
Let me finish.
Let him finish. You answer him, Joe.
Let me finish. When these people stand in front of you, there is no way you can tell who's English, who's Scottish. But why were they fighting to have their own country? Because they have a different history with the English. Now, when it comes to Ambazonia that you are talking about, French Cameroon gained independence. I'm not talking about before 1960s, because in the United Nations, countries were only identified only when you gain independence. You cannot compare a territory that was in 1884 and compare it to 1960s when countries gained independence. Before independence, European powers were putting these countries together. So you could even have part of Kenya that was probably Uganda that probably joined and became one country only during independence. Countries are identified only when they have gotten independence. That's when you identify a country. So the map that you are showing that, this was how Cameroon was. That is not Cameroon, because Cameroon did not exist then. Now, in 1960s.
No, you can't say that.
No, I'm in United Nations Charter.
I will tell you. Okay,
let me finish. I studied history. You are a science person. Go to United Nations Charter.
Wait. Jude, wait, let me say this.
But let me
Not
finish. You're gonna make your point
wait,
later.
yeah, so, okay.
Let
Cameroon
me
is
finish.
only one of the countries that was being partitioned when after Germany. Namibia has not changed. Namibia is the same map.
You
It's not.
you
It's
see,
not. So
you
Namibia, see, no, because you said it's after countries are only recognized after independence, but that does not
only
mean.
when. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'll give you so many examples. If you don't understand, right? I'll give you so many examples. Cameroon is not the only country that was divided in Africa. I did history, so I can tell you a lot of facts. Ghana was Togo was divided. The Western Togoland and the Eastern Togoland. Ghana was a Gold Coast country, part of Western Togoland that was ruled by British, joined Ghana, and that was when Ghana became independent. Even few years ago, the Western Togoland in Ghana were fighting to have their own country because they had a different history with a different from Gold Coast Ghana. It wasn't only and this is why I say that is when Ghana became Ghana. So you cannot say, oh, Togo cannot work on one money, even though they are claiming Western Togoland. But no, because Western Togoland was never, it wasn't a country. Those countries gained independence. I will give you another country that was also, there are a lot of countries that were separated, but countries are identified only during independence. Now, let me go back to my point with Ambazonia, right? This is the thing about Ambazonia. When people are agitating for independence or for secession, there are a lot of things that is coming into consideration, a lot of things that they are asking. Why is this secession? What happened? But these are the things that the government is not solving. And did you know why secession came about? These people are asking for a two-state federation that existed when they joined. Before that, right? French Cameroon gained independence in 1960 without the Ambazonians, without the English. So when you come here and say Ambazonians are fighting, you just feel like there are people that are fighting. Every English speaker, as I know, is an Ambazonian because they live in that part of the country. So this is the thing about the United Nations. French Cameroon gained independence on 1st January 1960s without English Cameroon. That tells you French Cameroon was already a country. So that is the border of French Cameroon. The English Cameroonians joined French Cameroon in 1961. So that is another country that is coming to join a French part in 1961. It means French Cameroon has already gotten an independence. And if you know in Cameroon, Cameroon does not celebrate independence in Cameroon. Why? Because there are
Yeah,
two
Jude.
countries that
Yeah,
come together.
I
Why?
get what
Let
you
me
say.
finish. No, let me finish
You have
now.
been talking for so long, so you have to
Right,
pass the
right,
mic
right.
for
But
other people.
when they came together, they of equal status. It means two countries coming together, right? Out of a sudden, you don't have these two countries no more. It means one has lost everything that he went through doing his own history to another one. They have been assimilation. And now, why are they fighting? Most of them are fighting to go back to what existed when they joined French Cameroon in 1961. When they joined them, they had their
Yeah, I
own
think
assembly.
you have
They
said
had
that.
their
Yeah,
own.
that's good.
They had
Yeah.
their own.
So
They have their own. They were running their own system of government. They have their own things
okay,
that they
okay,
were
that's
doing.
fine. That's fine. If we have a
That's fine.
monologue, it's not gonna.
You have done a lot of talking.
Wait,
Let me finish, and then you go back to your talking, right?
Jude. Wait. It's
Go
my
ahead.
show. I can talk. I can talk as much as I want.
Go ahead and talk, man.
But this, I just want you to listen to this. Then we're gonna pass it to some other guys. So just listen to this. But
He fled the war and hid in the bush as a refugee. According to the UN, this conflict has displaced 680,000 people.
There has been a lot of disaster with the year, the word of God. She said, God too, it will not intervene. So which will praise him, God, make us say, may the peace continue. Make peace come, may the killing end. Say bye to killing, one but peace. We build our country, Cameroon.
Okay.
Almost 70 years, I'm a Cameroonian. I'm at the point of going to death. I will die as a Cameroonian and you'll bury me in Cameroon.
okay, did you hear him? So what? Someone. I think. Joe, you were about to say something.
Kifao, you only show videos where people are talking, right? I also have videos where people are also talking about different things. So you want to show what your media
Joe, you're about to say
see.
something.
I'm telling
Jude,
you the
you get
truth.
it. Jude, wait. You need to pass the mic. If someone else has something to say.
Yeah, okay. Jude, I was waiting for your point, but I didn't get it. But I'm sure you will say it later. Are you the one who posted that dance in Telegram about those people jumping?
Who?
Jude,
No, that's
Jude.
probably those South Sudanese.
What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
you
You were
posted
waiting for my point, then you couldn't. I guess you didn't
Yeah,
catch.
because we didn't hear your point. You were
Oh,
just
you
talking
did.
over.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay. All right. That's nice.
Okay, so
No,
okay,
I'm not.
your point. Okay, let me go. I understand what you're trying to say, but my issue is here. You are Bamileke, okay? Sorry, you are Bangwa. You are even more close to Bamileke
Bro,
people.
This
Let me
this is the
finish.
thing.
I've just said two words.
You make some kind of point. My own people are also closer to
Let me say
Nigeria.
two words. Let me say two words. Let me say
I'm
two words.
guessing you're
You are
Bamileke as
Bangwa.
well.
No, I'm not. You are Bangwa. You are more close to the Bamileke. Your culture is even more close to Francophone people than the Ambazonian people. That is a fact. If I bring Bamileke and Bangwa culture, people would not know the difference.
So
So
what?
you should be okay. So you should be fighting to be with your people. If when Kwesi
Which
said,
my people?
listen,
What are you saying?
Kwesi said like the Akans should be like they were separated from their own group of Akans. That
But
makes sense.
that's his own point.
If they're trying to fight to bring the Akans together, that is a valid point. But what you're fighting to be with who? With who? That's the problem. Who are you trying to fight to be with?
But
With people
okay.
that
Let
don't
me.
have the same culture with you? With
What?
people that don't have
See.
the same culture with you? Is that what you're fighting to be with?
Wow, Kifao, you do a lot of talking. Let me talk now, right?
Okay, let
Look,
me say my point. I didn't get to say my point, man.
go ahead, man. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, yeah. Then you can say your point because I want
Go
to
ahead and
understand
talk,
you.
man. Go ahead and talk. You don't have to understand. You're not part of the country, so go ahead and speak.
Hey, boss, come on. I'm still part of the conversation, man. We're
Yeah, it's part
Africans.
of the
We have to understand.
conversation. Don't be rude, Jude. Yes.
Okay, so like what Kwesi was saying, that's the point I was raising earlier. I don't these European 1884 Berlin Conference or Congo Conference borders that they created. I know there was an agenda. Of course, they didn't create it because they care so much for us and they love us and they want us to be. They want to make us civilized and organized when we were already organized. They had an agenda for it, which is a divide and conquer thing. As I said, we had our own kingdoms and chiefdoms. But like what Kwesi, I'm sure, I think you're an Akan, right? Okay, I think he's an Akan because Kwesi is an Akan name. Me, I'm a Baule. And we've had this discussion online a lot with the Akan people. What if Akan becomes one country? Because so many Akans have discussed, both in Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, that will be a powerful kingdom and all that stuff. But then I think now with after all these, how many years is it? Is it 300? I don't know. Okay, let me just say from independence, 60 years. I think this divide and conquer thing has stuck so much in our mind. If I can become one country, even if we're the same people, same language, same culture, everything, you'll find the major Akan, there are small Akan tribes, but you find the major Akan tribes like the Ashantis, the Fantis in Ghana, in Cote d'Ivoire, the Baoulé, the Abidji. These guys will just be fighting for power. Who wants to rule? When you know how Ashantis feel superior. Who wants to fight? Who be ruling? So even if we hook up with ourselves, Kwesi, don't you think there can be some conflicts within the Akans? I don't know if this guy is online.
Yeah,
Why
you're
is he gonna
saying
be
even if
online,
I
man?
can,
Is this an
you're
Akan?
saying even if Akans were to like form one country, there's gonna be like that division between the Akan groups. I think we'll actually be a lot more unified because the languages will be similar, the culture will be similar. I think we'll actually be united actually, and we'll make a stronger nation. Yeah, I think we'll be more united than divide. Obviously, there'll be division in different countries, but the similarities would be much better than because one of the reasons why Western Togoland's happened is because those guys are of a completely different tribe to the Akans. That's why they're making that fight for independence. But if they were Akans, trust me, they will not be fighting for that because a lot of Akans in Ghana, so they would not be fighting the separation. You're right in terms of there could be divisions, but I think you can never really predict the future. But I think it's a lot better than being members of the same tribe than putting different tribes in one country, innit? It would have been a lot of conflicts in Africa could have been avoided if they actually looked at the ethnic lines and the history of the ethnic groups for placing them in one country.
True.
Yeah, thank you for coming, H Block. And what have you got to say?
Mostly I'm just listening and learning about Cameroon because I have to admit, man, I didn't know much about Cameroon before joining these panels on YouTube. So I've learned so much. Like I didn't even know the division of the English speaking Cameroon and the French speaking Cameroon. In fact, I thought Cameroon was West African. I recently, just found out Cameroon is not even West Africa, it's Central Africa. So, but to me, the problem you guys have is a colonial problem all over Africa. You have two European powers that colonized two parts of the same country.
Yeah.
And the people are dividing themselves along European languages. We have the same problem in Somalia. As you know, Somaliland wants to become their own country because they were colonized by the British, and the rest of Somalia was colonized by the Italy. So to me, it's just like the same problem all over Africa.
Yeah. So that's why most this separationist ideology, to me it makes no sense. If like people are trying to separate based on tribes, okay, that can work if these tribes are really, really like massive tribes. But a tribe of 200 people, what do you want them to separate to be on by themselves, or tribe of 3,000 people? We can't stay. We can't say separate based on tribes, because if we do that, the bigger tribes, they are going to go and marginalize the small tribes. So the only way for tribes like that to be protected is to form a state that is being controlled as a state. Now, tribes that are big, well, you can create your own tribes. If you can map yourselves and just be by yourself, that might work. But you can't put small tribes inside because they'll be marginalized. You understand? But the issue with the Cameroon things, they talk Ambazonia, the Northwest people and the Southwest people are different. Like ethnically. Okay, like for example, I am Morocco. I'm considered Sawa. Jude, he claims Ambazonia want to separate. Jude is Bangwa, is Grassfield. It's two different culture. Jude is more closer to this lady. They call her Mamenze.
Mama said,
Though he
Mama
comes to
said,
say, yeah, Mamenze, you're not that. Jude is more closer culturally to Mamenze than me. You understand?
Okay, Kifaru, let me ask you a question. So, besides the obvious division of the colonial languages, the English side of Cameroon and the French side of Cameroon, you have tribes, both sides, but they speak the same tribal language and they have the same culture. They're just divided by the Europeans, right?
100%, 100%. Yeah,
But
that's
and
what's happening.
you also made a great point. You said if you let these people become their own country, then they're gonna oppress the minority groups in their side, and that's absolutely 100% correct. Because these people, they want to separate because they feel like they've been oppressed by the other side, right? But they're gonna turn around and do the same exactly thing to the minority tribes in their own side.
Exactly. Look at this H block. These are people of the world that want to secede. Some of them tried, it failed, and they were taken out from this organization. It's called on represented people. Look, everyone is Zanzibar. There's what's it called? The Venda. There's the Maasai. Everyone. You understand? Some of them didn't work where you got Somaliland. Look at like everyone, all these people. You've got the Africans. We can't like separate everyone like that. It's not going to work. I didn't know the Oromos are trying to separate as well. They want to be
No,
one people.
no.
It's not just the Oromos. In
They
fact,
got the Ogaden.
Ethiopia, many ethnic groups in Ethiopia want to separate. The Ogaden, that's the eastern side, that's only inhabited by the Somalis. They want to, succeed. The Oromos want to do the same thing. You heard the whole Tigray region. They want to do the same thing. The Afars want to do the same thing. So if you let one group go, you're gonna open the floodgates for every ethnic group. Because every ethnic group, they don't want
Hold
to be
on,
ruled
guys.
by another ethnic group. They want to be ruled by themselves. You see what I'm saying?
No, guys. South Sudan fought for independence and got it. They didn't want to be ruled by the
Bro,
Arabs.
South Sudan is not a good example. That's completely different, bro. Because South
You
Sudan,
can see the difference. They are completely different
South Sudan.
people.
Hold on 1 second, Kifaru. South Sudan, we're being oppressed by religion, bro. They're being killed because of religion. So that's completely different. In Ethiopia, like, go ahead,
You
bro.
don't
Go ahead, quick.
understand. You're right in terms of course they were being oppressed. I'm not saying they weren't being oppressed, but a lot of these separatist groups around the world will tell you the same thing. They're being oppressed by the majority or being something along those lines. And how do you measure oppression in order to give a group an independence? Because it's now down to interpretation.
No, so see the South Sudan, that's a great example because it was well documented that the militias that were backed by the North Sudan government were raiding villages and actually committing genocides, killing people, killing like 5,000 people at one time. So that was well documented. So that's not somebody who's saying
So
we're
in,
being oppressed.
so in
That's
that
something that the
case,
whole world's seeing it. You know what I mean?
So in that case, yeah, a tribe in Rwanda can also ask for separation since they have a similar history as the Sudan conflict in terms of genocide.
Yeah, so I think if we start that, where are we going to go? I was listening to Oleme, and she made a really good point. She said if we accept this separation and splitting, at the end of the day, you will just be part of you and your family, because people are always going to look for a solution to split themselves. You understand? Even in the same tribe, there will be people that don't want to be part of some other group. You understand? That idea that we can just allow people to split is never going to stop. We need to promote people to be together. We need to teach people how they can be together and build. I don't know.
I think the whole separation thing will also come down to resources. Like, for example, if you want to separate from let's say Ghana, you're like, okay, our region in Ghana want to separate from our own country. Britain is not going to allow it to happen, because what if they let you go and in the future they find oil or something in that particular country that is separated? In terms of Amazonia, France is not going to let it happen because, like you said, Amazonia has oil or something. So the colonial power, the former colonial power, have like they have interest in those countries. So they're not going to allow a country to separate if it's going to affect them in terms of their access to resources. So it's not simple as
Okay, so why don't we fight France? Why do we fight ourselves?
Because we don't have the. How is the AU army? Let me ask you guys.
The what?
The African Union Army. Do we even have an army in the AU?
No, I mean, like when I say fight France, let's be against France in our own country. You understand? Like, instead of fighting among ourselves, killing ourselves, let's just be anti-France.
The good news is Mali and Burkina at least have set a good example. But I'm not happy with them chasing France, and then now they are calling for Russia. I'm not. Anyways, I don't want to talk about that much, but I don't see any difference with that. But anyways,
Joe, what happened in Mali, that should tell you the problem we have in Africa. So you have Mali, a country that's saying no to a colonial power, no to France, and then you have African ECOWAS who's putting sanction on Mali because of Mali saying France get out. So the problem is us Africans. Like, we always look a solution to the outside power, the colonial power. So African Union
Exactly.
is a fucking joke.
Yeah, okay, let me just put some context here. This group of people, okay, when Cameroon was being ruled from Nigeria, okay, so there was this political union. It was called the NCNC, the Cameroon, the National Congress of Cameroon and Nigeria. This is Ndele, okay. When Nigeria became independent, he created what is called the NCNC. These are the people who wanted Cameroon to join Nigeria, and they are the part of the ones now who hijacked this Ambazonian problem. You understand? Because most of the militants of these people were exiled from the country. You understand? The Ambazonian issue was civil society. It was like lawyers and teachers asking for them to be represented, to have more English speaking teachers in French school, which was a valid point. You want to go to a court, you want to go to the court, you want to meet a lawyer that speaks French, not English, not the one that speaks French, which was a valid point. They had like actually valid point, like the exam should be written in English. That was the point of those people. They were not going to separate. But when things get heated, these people that most of them are exiled, they call them NCNC, they hijacked this movement and make it a separatist movement. That is what is going on. Because they did not want to be part of Cameroon in the same first place. They wanted to be part of Nigeria. So all the militants of them, they're like old people, and all of them live in the West. None of them live in the country. The ones that are in the country are in prison. So they're
Hey,
the ones that
is
the
the
movement.
is the Biafra movement is still going, or they giving up on that?
Well, it's still going, but it's still gonna die. It's still gonna die. It's just when I look at them, I see Ambazonia. You understand? A lot of people dying. It's not gonna work because this is the second time they're trying. Even the first person, they call him Namdi Ojuku. That's the first Biafran leader that tried the Nigerian civil war. He was trying to split Nigeria, the Biafra people. He lose. You understand? He was more organized than these people now. But he's telling them, anyone that's trying to do Biafra, you're making a mistake. It's not actually going to work because the Igbos themselves, I don't think they're that together. They don't work together as a group as it seems to be. There are a lot of people that are working in the government. It's difficult. It's going to be really, really difficult for them to separate. The Nigerian army is gonna crush them. You understand? Those working in the Niger Delta, all those people, they have armed groups, but these people are fighting for their own interests, for the oil. It's gonna be so difficult for them. I don't want to. I have a guy. He believes he's a Nigerian. He believes in the Biafra land thing. I'm asking him if he can come to my show and talk. He's trying. I don't know. So, but because they use Ambazonia, there was one time they was using Ambazonia to motivate your people. Oh, look what the Ambazonians are doing. They're going closer to their independence, so we can be like them. Blah blah blah. But Ambazonia is nothing. To me, it's just online. You understand? They do all kind of rally. They march in America. Come and help us. Come and speak to us. The Cameroonian government consider Ambazonia a terrorist group, and no one negotiate with terrorism. You understand? So all what these people ask for, this consortium that let me just share this thing. What they asked for was given to them by the president. He created the common law department of the Supreme Court. It was not there before, and that was a big thing because there was not a Supreme what's it called, the common law in Enam. Enam is a school of magistracy. For those who want to be government lawyers, you have to go to a particular school. But everything was French civil law. And these people made a good point. But he actually created that common law. You understand? He made so many teachers, like Anglophone teachers. Or if you're Francophone, you want to go to the Anglophone side, you must be perfectly bilingual. And they have the bilingualism committee. They've said so many things, you understand, in place. It was not about secessionists. It's the NCNC guys who've gone to who took over this movement. I want to make it a separatist movement, and a lot of people dying. They have almost 1 million refugees in Nigeria. Almost 4 years, people are not going to school. Their own people suffer. That's the problem. All the suffering and the misery is found in the Ambazonian region. Those in the French region are living their life like they're going to beaches, living their lives normally. There's no gunshot. There's nothing. You understand?
Kafari, you from the French side, right?
No, English side, bro.
Oh, so you from Ambazonia then? Ambazonia is the English side, right?
Yeah, I'm from Ambazonia, man. I was part of the
Oh,
Ambazonian Skakuf.
oh, okay, makes sense. But going back to the Nigerian problem, that's I think that's the most complicated problem in Africa. Like, because I think my understanding is the Biafrans are mostly Christian, and the Nigerian government in the north controls Nigeria, right? Even though they share power, sometimes the president comes from the south, Christian, but that's just for show, man. When I look at Nigeria, I see that the houses and the Fulanis are complete control of Nigeria. So I do understand where the Igbos want to celebrate, because like if you're a Christian, why do you want to be ruled by Muslims? See what I'm saying? So and we have exactly the same problem all of Africa. But my question to the panel is, if the colonials never made our borders, do you think that we would have the same problem today? If let's say the Europeans never came to Africa and never colonized Africa, and Africans made their own borders, do you think there will be exactly the same problems, or do you think there will be like million small nations in Africa, like every ethnic group becoming their own nation?
Bro, if you ask me, I think it will be worse. I think there will be more wars in Africa than what we have today. That's
Yeah, I agree.
the
I
way
agree,
we
100%.
think.
I agree with
think
you,
there'll be
100%.
yeah, there'll be more people will be fighting. Like the smaller tribes will be all gone and things like
So
that.
Kifaru, basically what you're telling us is that you agree with the colonial borders that we have now. You think Nigeria should remain Nigeria, Cameroon should, like Ambazonia should remain in Cameroon. Cote d'Ivoire, we
Yes.
have problems between the north and the south, and the south wanted to secede 2011. It didn't work out. So you think the colonial border should remain the way it is right now?
I think we are stronger like this. Nigeria is only powerful because they are Nigeria, because they are this country. If Nigeria was little country, they would not be this powerful.
H Block, where are you from?
I'm from Somalia.
68 IQ country.
Yes.
Oh, Kaizo. Hey, Kaizo, did you hear apparently the Maasai's thought of succeeding? Did you know about that?
Yes, yeah.
Really? No, come on. From Kenya? No way. I know from
That's what
Let me show you. Let me show you.
I know
man.
from Tanzania they are, but not Kenya. No way.
Bro, how are the Maasai's gonna succeed, bro? They're like maybe 1,000, all of them, bro. Like,
No.
that's
There's
a
1.5 million. It's like 1 million.
Yeah, 1 million. I mean, yeah, they could become like Djibouti. I think Djibouti is like 900,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I think
this
it's
is people want to separate, want to do self-governance. This is the map. These are the Maasai. If you go,
No, it's not real. It's not real. Like
no, man, this is a international organization.
No,
By
no,
the way,
let me
discontinued in
explain.
2012.
Hang on. Let me explain the Maasai situation. Maasai's obviously have always like moved between Kenya and Tanzania, right? So they don't want to be like forced to only claim one part, since they got a whole another tribe in two different regions. So for them, it's more of like, hey, they're being forced to kind of claim a country when they've never had to, because they're pastoralists. So they want to be able to sort of move between the two countries, which I agree 100%.
Isn't that the same case for the Luos too in Uganda and Kenya?
Yeah, laws too. Is yeah, exactly. All these, there's some tribes like which are like laws in 4 countries, man. So of course they should really have like access to. Well, to be honest, with EAC they have access to most of them, because they have South Sudan, they got Uganda, they got Kenya,
Ethiopia.
and Ethiopia. In fact, Ethiopia, since with the Kenyan passport, they can easily go there without any issues. So yeah, they got access to all 4 countries now, anyways. The laws.
But even the vendors, bro, the vendors wanted to secede at one time, bro. It's man, we
Right,
can't
but
keep doing.
some of these movements aren't real movements. Like the Maasai's. Trust me, a Maasai. I've seen Kenya and Tanzania. The Tanzanian Maasai's want to come to Kenya. Like if you see most Maasai's in Nairobi right now, they're actually Tanzanians.
Well, you can't
So
say it's
not
not
real.
real.
That's true, Kaiser. That's true.
Now,
Yeah.
if they go and register on this organization, it's people that actually want to be
No.
self-governance.
Trust me.
Look, there's Somaliland there.
Yeah, there's some
So you're
serious
gonna
ones like
say it's not
Somaliland,
serious?
right? Yeah, they're serious ones like Somaliland, but Maasai's, no, trust me, Maasai's are happy with being in Kenya. Maybe
What
the
about the
Tanzanian.
Oromos? What about the
Oromo,
Oromos?
that's serious one, yeah. The OLF wants to actually separate. They're tired of being ruled by those dusty Habesha.
I think if you register on this thing, then they will need to look into your case. If it does not make sense, you'll be taken out from this
For example, there are
organization.
countries like Somalia who still think they're going to get Kenya, which is retarded. They're not going to get Kenya, but they really believed it. So they went and attacked Ethiopia, and they lost that war. Then they got themselves in a 30-year civil war. So these things are not good, man. Just accept what the white man gave you and be quiet.
Let me ask you a question. Would you say that? Go ahead,
Sorry,
Kifaru.
go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, I want to ask you, Kaiser, a question, and Joe as well. He's Kenyan as well. Would you say that Kenya is a success story because of Colonial? Like, do you think Kenya benefited colonials more than any other African nation?
I think Kenya being diverse actually helps it, because I was because you asked a question earlier and saying, if we didn't have colonial borders, would African countries be more stable? I really don't think so. And the tribe thing is not an issue, because what would happen is they would just create like a clan-based issue. Like, for example, H-Block, your country is a clan-based country, right? Most of them are the same tribe, but now they're separating themselves between different clans. So I actually think diversity is Kenya's strength, because Tanzania is very diverse, and that's their strength. So I don't think diversity is a problem, actually. I think it's most... Look at the logic, right? South Africa, diverse. Kenya, diverse. Tanzania, diverse. And these are quite stable regions. So this idea of tribe thing, no, I think it's more power. And if you're able to create a country where not just one tribe has all the power. So in Kenya's case...
Actually, there's not a single country in Africa that's not diverse. Even the Somalis who claim
exactly.
There's a couple. Like
Lesotho, very diverse.
Lesotho is quite... Lesotho is just one tribe, right?
But Lesotho is a tiny, irrelevant country, bro. Like, who thinks about Lesotho? That's irrelevant, bro. They should not even be a It's a country that... Somaliland is not a country. It's not recognized. But look, Lesotho... Somaliland, when it becomes a country, yes, but like as far as I'm aware of right now, Somaliland is not a country. It's not a single country in the world recognizes Somaliland as a nation, as a sovereign nation. But Lesotho is a bad example because that country shouldn't even be existed, bro. Like that country exists inside within another country. That doesn't even make sense. It's inside South Africa. Like, how does that even make sense?
Right. Okay, so I would say power distribution needs to be somewhat not just towards one tribe, right? People say Kikuyus run Kenya, but reality, actually the major tribes, as I mentioned, will be something like Luya, Kikuyu, Luo, Kalenjin, those 4 tribes. So, and I think each of them have enough of land and power that no one really truly feels like Kikuyus run everything. So I think having diversity of let's say economic distribution between different tribes is a key thing.
Bro, within 200 years, Kenya is completely under Somali control because they're multiplying, and you guys are not multiplying. You guys having average 2 kids. The Somalis are having average 9 kids.
Right now, they're already 6% of population, man. They're like the 6th largest tribe. So yeah, it's possible.
They're rapidly growing in Kenya, bro, and within 200 years, they're going to be maybe 40% of Kenya.
Yeah, you can say
we have a new panelist. Okay.
Hey, Kifaru, I'm gonna be back, bro. And make me a map too, bro. I'll be back.
Oh no, we're having so many dusty Kenyans here.
Okay, I hope you don't want to block.
Kifaru,
take everyone out of my channel.
Why are you attracting dusty Kenyans?
No. I'm not gonna block anyone, bro. I just don't want anyone to block me. That's all.
What did you say, man, Kaiser?
Why are you attracting all the dusty Kenyans in this platform?
Well, they're coming for you, man. These are your people.
Nah, yeah, remember, I'm Wanga.
The lone wolf. Yeah, what have you got to say?
Yo, Kaiser, where is this guy from? Rasmuis.
Ramuis, he's Haitian. He's Haitian.
He's Haitian?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, I knew it. Got you.
Yeah, you see, like in Ambazonia, the military is the one actually protecting the people from the Ambazonian fighters. It's ridiculous. You understand? And these people are the one trying to break themselves and make their own nations better. But they are the one actually harassing their own population. And people want the president of the military around to help them from these dusty Ambazonians. And they say they want to create there's nothing. It's just it's a delusional idea. You understand? Yeah, we go for the lone. What was that? The lone wolf. Thanks. I think you're your first time being on this show. What have you got to add?
Actually, I don't have nothing to add here. I'm just pretty much listening.
Oh my God! Oh
Yes,
my God! Where have you been? It's dusty.
You know,
Brad, I was about to contact you, man. I was worried.
No.
Oh my God!
Don't
You
worry.
went to Papua New Guinea, man. I thought
No.
it was Papua New Guinea sacrifice and ate you, bro. Those people you went.
Yo, I checked his Telegram. It says last seen within a week. I was like, this guy is arrested, man. This guy has been arrested.
No. Just dealing with a little cancer. That's all. But I have my family surrounding me, and I'm okay. I'm not going to let it beat me. I'm going to beat it. But needless to say, I'm interested in this conversation as far as what's going on in Cameroon with Amazonia.
Yeah, to me, the idea of Ambazonia was hijacked. You know, it was like high IQ people, lawyers, civil society, trade unions were asking to be more represented. Then the NCNC, this Dusty and his people, they took over the movement because they've been exiled because they wanted to be part of Nigeria and it did not work. Now they're taking this opportunity and they want people to be separated. You understand? That's just what is happening.
So they want to get their own separate country, you're saying?
Yes. They want to have their own separate countries. But inside among themselves, just imagine, just what they call Ambazonia is 160 distinct ethnic groups. So even if they have that, there's still going to be differences among themselves. You understand? So it's better for them to live in a country. You understand what I mean? Yeah. So, but the idea of Ambazonia is just an online thing now. You understand? It's a virtual country.
Actually,
go ahead.
Go ahead. What articles?
Kifaru, peace to you, my brother. Peace to you.
Yeah.
Let me just say something very quickly. Sorry, guys. Hello, everyone. I'm the Kenyan guy. Just real quick. Are you getting an echo? So sorry, guys. I turned off my YouTube. Yeah, just very quickly what you say. I think it boils down to the number of people. It's about critical mass. After you get to a certain point of population, it has to split. So even if you say Ambazonia has 160 odd different ethnic groups, if they're small enough, they can live relatively in peace with the larger ones, if they're small enough. The problem is when you have 2, 3, 4, 5 huge tribes in a country, none of them are going to be settled down because they're all distinct nations. The Yoruba, for example, I'm Kenyan, by the way. The Yoruba, I think they're about 20 million or more. Their population is larger than Switzerland. And Switzerland is a country. You understand? That's why Nigeria, for example, will never work. You have too many huge tribes, 200 million people in a country. The only way China, for example, functions is by total control from the top down. You have no say over anything because there's too many people. India is pure chaos.
So why don't you think Nigeria should implement that kind of rule to make it work? Hello?
Yeah, maybe stop sharing the video. Some people's internet connections are weak, so
wait, I think I have a bit of a delay. So sorry.
Okay, so I should stop sharing the video, Kenya.
Yeah. Stop playing the video because the upload speed is going to increase for the Dusties with the bad internet.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, it's working. My high IQ solved the problem. Go ahead.
Let me jump back out and then I'll jump back in.
Okay, if you want that.
You're fine. It's working now. But
We're fine. We can hear you
I'll
loud and
jump back
clear.
out and come back in.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the thing, Joe. Do you think? Do you believe if we were left by ourselves and we're allowed to be many nations, little tribes, do you think we'll be better off? Do you think Africa will be more peaceful? Do you think that? Do you think that way?
No, 100% no, because you guys will then start fighting over resources. Of course not. I think ultimately, let me give my high IQ analysis of this situation. I think you Africans, right, were forced into a world of geopolitics, of a concept of nationhood and nation state within the last 50 to 60 years. You didn't have a time to actually collate this for the majority of the countries. There's a few exceptions, right? But for the majority of these kingdoms, they weren't functioning as a geopolitical nation states. So you guys are just getting into the concepthood of even having a common culture, common language, a common goal, right? The Europeans became German, right? All those Germanic tribes had to have fight with the Roman Empire. They got colonized by them, and then they obviously came together and became Germans. And it took them over 1,000 years before they became successful. So the Africans have only been hang on, don't overtalk me, slave. So the Africans have only, thank you. The Africans have only been in this situation for 50, 60 years. So ultimately, you guys are just contending with the abstraction of nation and state. That's it. It's not that complicated. Whether you're small tribes or big tribes, you'd have similar problems regardless. You'll still be unstable because you just haven't gone through that process of nation creation. You inherited these systems.
Let's see. I think I have to disagree with you. My little that little slave comment was so corny and so immature. You need to stop masturbating to yourself, because that was mental masturbation right there on your part. But however, going back
to wait. Do we have a tough, thick-skinned African American here?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Articles. Now, I thought you said you were Kenyan, but now you just switch your accent. Who are you?
No, I've lived half my life abroad, half my life in Kenya.
However,
I left when I was 16.
Let's get back to the conversation. Let's get
the
back
lone
to
wolf is not African American. He's from Papua New Guinea or somewhere.
Let's get back to the conversation.
Carry on.
Let's carry on. In regards to nationhood and stuff like that, I think sometimes we have a tendency, as far as we don't look at each other's history within the African continent. I think that's the biggest problem with a lot of African countries, especially those who are pretty much colonized by the British.
Hey, mute yourself.
And somehow got somebody got static.
Yeah, Kwesi, mute yourself a bit.
What's happening?
Mute Kwesi for a second. Okay, and also mute yourself, Kiparo.
Okay, let's get back to the conversation.
Okay, go ahead.
A little bit while I'm in this little room here. Here's the thing. We know that empires like the Songhai Empire existed. If we started to read each other's history, then we have a better understanding on how various different African countries pretty much how they organize. As when I was reading about the Songhai Empire, they had mayors in various different areas. They came from many different, ethnic groups, even religious groups, even though the leadership at that time was pretty much Islamic. However, they had a lot of other ethnic groups and people who also practiced even, animist type religions, even to the point where the scholars in Timbuktu was pretty much talking about women's rights, how to incorporate non-Muslims in their society. In regards to, they did have a lot of contact with the outside world, namely those people who ruled Spain, let's say, the Muslims who ruled Spain, and also other areas in the world. It was well known that the Hausa kingdom pretty much traveled far and wide, and they also had kingdoms which attracted various different ethnic groups, even racial groups. even to this day,
These were
in
kingdoms,
places,
not nation states, right? That's
they
my
were.
point.
I mean, kingdoms and
There's
nation
a
states.
huge difference.
It's not much of a difference. Really.
Very huge
It
difference.
is not much of a difference between kingdoms and nation states because, nation states and kingdoms, they traded. Nation states and kingdoms, they exchange ideas. Nation states and kingdoms, they produced, like I said, traded and all that stuff. It's
I
not
think he means
much
systems
difference.
of governance. Systems of
They
governance.
did have systems of governments.
Different.
If we're talking about the modern democratic system, which originated from Greece, that's one thing. But
these were not republics, right?
Say what?
These were not republics. My point when I say nation state, I'm talking about republic.
They weren't republics. What I'm saying is, I don't see the difference really. From
Kingdom is dusty.
No, they're
and
not.
doesn't have.
They're not.
Okay, let me give an example, right?
Let me keep on going because you had a long time to go, Queso. Thank you. But what I'm saying is this here. To put kingdoms like the Songhai Empire in the same bracket as the Waganga kingdom, totally different things. Because the Khalsa kingdom or the Songhai Empire, they had contact with the outside world. They traded a great deal with the outside world.
So did we. We traded slaves with Swahilis and Arabs and white men.
What I'm saying is they had intellectual properties, or they pretty much had books. I mean, which I don't think the Wanga Kingdom had. Universities. I don't see.
Okay, let me just.
By what standard?
Okay,
wait. Universities by what standard?
Let me make my point really clear. I'm not talking about that they weren't developed or had like systems or structures. I'm specifically making a concept of what a nation state is versus one of these dusty kingdoms. A nation state has a comprehension of we are American, right? That means something, right? There's patriotism attached to that concept.
But at the same time, we are American. It comes from many different tribes.
I get that. I get that.
Of people and stuff like that.
I 100% get that, Lone Wolf, but you're missing a really vital point here.
These Americans, the principle.
Right, exactly. There's a principle that the average individual understands that being American supersedes their own little tribal identity to a point. Like, it actually matters to be American. It matters to be German, to be English. So they move together as a unified force in order to either conquer other areas or to subdue other people and then move forward in that sort of systematic...
Or consolidate their resources.
Yes. Exactly, right. So that's what I'm talking about. The other
a lot of kingdoms did that in the past as well. They solidified their resources.
It's not the same thing.
I mean, kingdoms and nation states are not really much of a difference, really. It's just a form. It's a form and system of government.
The king did
There's
that.
a form and system of government. A good example of that reality of a kingdom is Saudi Arabia and the Arabs in the Gulf. They're far from having the democratic system, but what is a moderate nation state, even though it's a kingdom.
No, that's a nation state. The kingdom is just a placeholder.
Saudi Arabia is considered a kingdom. They do not have.
It's a kingdom. It's a kingdom.
It's facts. It's facts. I've been
the name Saudi is the name of the royal family.
Exactly.
It's their country.
Exactly.
Okay, can I answer the question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. As I remember, maybe Kifaro can remind me. If Africa would have been better, if it remained in its kingdoms or chiefdoms or empires, or if it is good with this colonial boundaries. Now, let's look at it this way. From Africa, from independence, let me start independence from 1960, which is basically almost like 60 years ago. From 1960 to, before colonial, we had our own chiefdoms and tribes, whatever. There was war, there was raiding and war, overtaking and all that stuff, right? But we still managed to be organized. Even the Europeans came, they saw the Congo Empire, the Buganda Kingdom, very organized. They were surprised. Aksum Empire, everything was organized, and we're living normal. So after the colonial boundaries from 1960 until 2000, Africa was a mess. Africa was a total mess. coup d'etats, who is overthrowing who, genocide, and all these stories, tribalism. So Africa, especially West Africa, started now developing well in the 2000s, if I'm not mistaken. And right now, we're seeing the peak was very high just before COVID, from 2015 to 2019. Africa became the fastest growing economy in the world. Then COVID came, it was messed up a bit, but right now, from last year, it started growing up fast. So far, who can tell me how many wars? Like I said, from 60 to 2000, Africa was just full of wars and all this nonsense. Today, how many wars do we have in Africa?
Probably
I
about
can
two.
answer that. Nope,
About
I can
2.
answer that.
About
I can
2 or
answer
3.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
It's changed mode. There's still conflict. It went from high intensity to low intensity conflicts. What you had in the past was entire militaries fighting each other.
How
What
many?
you have now,
Answer my question. How many countries do we have
yes.
war today in Africa?
I would
Let's
say
see.
South Sudan is. I mean, it really
South
depends.
Sudan, Kenya, Somalia, parts of Uganda,
Which
Tanzania
Kenya?
Is Kenya having a war?
The eastern part of the
Oh,
Congo
it's
mainly.
called no. We have an insurgency. It's called Al Shabaab. They actually live on the Kenyan side.
That's
too.
Somalia.
They're on the
I
Somali
thought Al
and the
Shabaab
Kenyan
is
side.
Somalia.
They're on the Kenyan side too. We have how many Somalis living with us? And the other tribes are joining it as well. We even had a white British guy come to Kenya killing people, joining Al Shabaab. A guy from Manchester. So it's not about just Somalis. It's a separatist group, as it were. And they're operating in Kenya, low intensity. They're still killing people. You can check. But
Okay,
it's low intensity. Yes.
I think South Sudan is so far, it's peaceful. I'm saying so far, it's peaceful. Okay. Which other country did you mention?
The eastern, mainly the Eastern Congo, as far as what's going on there. That's
Eastern Congo. Yeah, they're still fighting.
Ethiopia.
I know.
But I think the Kenyan army, didn't they just now recently sent troops there? However, the Congolese are pretty much complaining that they're like doing nothing really as far as stopping the situation.
It's pure optics. They're not doing anything. They're there because the Americans.
Brian, those are Kenyans. What do you expect? But yeah, Eastern Congo, there is conflict. Okay. Central African Republic, I know there's still issues. Thanks to Russia. Somalia, now there's peace. Let's be honest, guys. Mogadishu is developing very fast. Mogadishu is developing, man. I mean, it's better than before.
No.
It's better than before.
They just had an attack. No.
Yeah, and
But
I think
the attack,
they killed
listen, the attack is not common like before. Before it used to be like almost every 2 days.
They're killing government officials right now.
Yeah, they killed just recently in the elections. Government officials died.
But what your question is? I don't see so many African countries having any serious war. I've got my little brother. He's in the British Army. He said the Balkans. He said over there it's worse. The Serbs and what do they call them? All this group of people over there that are killing each other, even in the clubs. He said these people actually hate themselves. He said there's going to be a war at that. I don't know the Balkans. I don't know the Bosnia. All those.
Ukraine is already
European
fighting.
Countries over there.
Yeah.
Huh?
Ukraine is already fighting. They hate
exactly.
Each other. They really
exactly.
Hate each other. You're right.
Okay, so PAA, as I mentioned, you guys just too low IQ to entertain my statement. Africans inherited
Here we go.
systems of structure that they never went through the modes or motions of getting there. Let me tell you what it takes to make a successful country. First, you need common language. Okay, Kenya has that at least. So
Agreed.
Next thing you need is a common religion, or at least peace between a religion across time. Ethiopia has 2 religions, but they've always had peace, especially when, let's say, the Muhammad, the prophet, our prophet, I'm a Muslim, he said, hey, never attack the Ethiopians because they gave you peace, right? So Ethiopia has a unique history between Christianity. That's why they have got no beef with the Christians, right? Kenya is a perfect example. Muslims, we're minorities here, so we're not going to cause that much issues. A few dusties are trying with Al-Shabaab, but that's a whole system.
Muslims are relaxed. Yeah, Kenyan Muslims
right, exactly. That's my point, because they've been cucked by the Christians. So the point here is,
Shut up, take it.
So the percentages between the Christians and Muslims in Kenya is gearing towards the Christians, and the Christians, again, based on the history of this kind of Christian, don't do that whole suppressing the Muslims. Like, we can still pray, we got our song, the Salah, the Adhan, we can do that. All
Sharia,
that stuff, right?
yeah, Sharia law is actually allowed in Kenya.
Exactly, Sharia banks, etc. All that stuff is allowed, so Muslims don't need to fight back. Now, when you have situations where you have two different cultures, and also the issue is, let's say, so as Wangers, we help the British to actually make Swahili a national language, right? Because before that, no one's going to speak Kikuyu. Because if you speak Kikuyu, guess what? That's the largest single tribe. People would feel a certain way. That's the issue now with Ethiopia, with, let's say, Amhara being used as a national language and not Oromo. Okay, Oromo is now also used, but it's really just a second language. So you see the point there. All these things you can't have a large tribe, but that's not necessarily the largest tribe either, having their language as the main language. That's what causes issues. Kenya is just a very sort of unique circumstance. Swahili people are very small, a few, like 1 or 2 million people, right? No one cares about them. They're not even
less than that.
It's even less, right? So that's the point. So you have to get all these things. Also, the concept of nationhood. Okay, in general, from what I've seen, Kenyans actually believe they're Kenyans. They actually believe that Kenya means something. For the most
did that.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's good. That's good. Nationalism.
Nationalism. That's what
That's good.
I mean,
right, and also
all
Kenya
kingdoms
doesn't.
Go ahead. All kingdoms in the past had
Right.
some sort of.
Yeah, hang on, brother. Let me just finish off. And also, unlike our neighboring country, we don't have an ethnic issue whereby there's one major tribe who then try to say other people from other tribes are not the same country, naming that country after one tribe. Right? We don't have those kinds of problems. You see,
Uganda.
Right. You see my point, right? So that what I'm saying is all these things have to be working in unison, like at some point for a country to have some kind of stability. The other countries, they don't have these things. And also, again, the unique history of
but they were developing into those things, like
no, these people didn't have clothes, bro, before the white
that's
man.
your people specifically.
No,
we
we're talking about South Sudan, brother. We're talking about hang on.
Look at the
Talking
people,
about
the
places
Shanti
like
people. They have beautiful embroidery,
which
your
places?
people could not produce.
Which places?
But,
Which places?
I'm talking about
Please
Ashanti.
let them. The lone
No,
wolf.
but Ghana is fine. Wait, no move.
Even
guys
Cassaro
finish
Hang
his
people
on.
had,
Yeah, let me finish. Brian, hang
form of nice
on.
clothing.
Please be respectful to your slave master. So,
Oh my God.
listen, Brian.
Language, man. Language.
Case, you can be my little son.
Okay, I'll be
I will come up
respectful.
with my little belt.
Brian, I'll be respectful. Let me finish. The Ghana you're talking about also has those things. That's why Ghana is doing well, right? Ghana is high IQ, high level people that actually, had certain things going for them. But look at South Sudan.
You're saying, hold on 1 second. You're saying that people who are clothed, let's say a Dinka people, so you're calling those people dumb in your interpretation?
Dinkas, yeah, for the most part, they're not very intelligent. Yeah.
Oh, how you figure that? Because I met plenty of
I
Dinka
mean, what's a
people.
Dinka? A Dinka
Lone
got their own country, and now that country is failing. Well, you're not that smart if you're gonna let your country fail.
Well,
bro.
it took many years of war
Takes time.
they went through.
Yeah.
It takes time.
No, but it does take time.
Nothing happens.
Bro, these people shower on camels. Sorry, not camels.
Yeah,
Not
don't
everyone.
Say that. Don't
That's
say that
just
because
one
Muslims.
tribe.
No. Muslims
just-
love saying
that's
that about them. That's Muslim supremacy right there.
I mean, Queso is not a Muslim.
I can smell it
Queso
on you.
treats religion like a goddamn buffet.
I smell
One day
Muhammad
he's
on him.
Jewish. One day he's Hebrew Israelite. Another day he's Christian.
No, Attica,
He's
us
Muslim.
Muslims, we drink
Religion
camel
to him
paste.
is like a goddamn buffet.
I get you, Lone Wolf. I
No,
get
Brian,
you,
let me
Lone
finish
Wolf.
my-
I didn't know this,
hang
but I
on.
get you,
Let me
Lone
finish my
Wolf.
point. Guys, let me finish my point, then I'll be quiet. What I'm trying to say is all these things have to be taken into account, and you gotta have like some kind of stability in all those factors I mentioned. A country like Ghana, as I mentioned, similar Christian levels as Kenya, if not a bit more. So they have that unified religion. Also, Ghana has sort of tamed the Fulanis much better than the Nigerians have, etc. So there's certain issues that you have to do in a certain way. Also, their Khan culture is a certain kind of culture. These people are kind of good. They're not that aggressive. They're not expansionists, right? And they're also accepting of the small tribes a lot better than some of the other regions, right?
They're
so
sneaky.
Okay, true. Now, somewhere like South Sudan, bro, these people didn't have clothes, right?
Stop
So,
hating on
for
nylons.
these people,
Why are you
I
being
mean-
so tribal? Who told you we didn't have clothes, man?
Oh, he said
Wait.
South Sudan.
South Sudan. I didn't say nylons. I said South Sudan.
I'm a Nile.
Okay. So you're saying that since they never had clothes, they're low IQ. Now that's a low IQ statement to even make, Queso, to make that type of judgment.
I am low IQ.
But very quickly, just to speak on what Lone Wolf just said, have you guys ever heard of the Lindy effect?
No,
Lindy.
No.
Basically, it's like the longer something lasts, speaks to how long it will keep lasting. So if those Dinkas could exist as long as they did, surrounded by Bantus on one side and by Kushites on the other side, and they survived as long as they did, they were doing something right.
True.
You know, because others have disappeared. Let's be real. It's our dark little secret on the continent. A lot of people have disappeared. There are groups of people just swallowed up.
That happened in a lot of cultures throughout the world.
I think that's the I think that's the future of Africa. I think we're gonna be better the more we get intermixed with one another.
Yeah, and also, guys, one more last point, then I shut up. If you notice with the GDPs in Africa, it's actually more of the Bantu countries that are actually doing the best. And the reason for that is because if you look at the types of systems of structures the Bantus have compared to, let's say, the pastoralist communities, is of sedentary-based lifestyles, meaning they're more likely to sit down and think through what they're doing as opposed to moving for pastures. So it's actually more, the Bantu sort of natural way of being is closer and more attenuated towards the white man's way of doing. Pastoralism is a lot more like you engage with chaos in real time. Like, let's say, okay, a lion's going to come and eat my animals. I got to engage with the lion in real time. Meanwhile, a farmer has to think, okay, I got to get this grass tomorrow. It's more of a sedentary thing. So I think actually this explains a lot. Again, it's not the only factor, but it kind of goes to show the difference between, let's say, the pastoral community countries, which actually tend to have a lot more lower GDP and GDP per capita compared to the Bantu countries, because their system structure is more analogous to white people and the way they think.
I think there's no place for this pastoralist kind of culture again in this present world. I think the time for that thing is done.
It's very sad, though.
I don't know. They might be needed because we might be nuclear.
No. See, not. I don't want to like talk bad on other people's culture. There's no land. You can't be a pastoralist. If you want to be a pastoralist, you're gonna find yourself in someone else's land today, and you're gonna create some conflicts. That's the point. You want to be a pastoralist, it means you need to have all the land in the country, of course, but you're gonna get into someone's lands today, and that is a war.
He's right. Kifaru is right. Yeah.
That's my point about this pastoralist thing.
What do you mean Kifaru is right? In Kenya, we have Maasais, we have the Somalis, we have even Luos who are pastoralists. They've been raising
how much
land? Years. There's no problem.
No, but listen, what about the Maasais and, let's say, Kuki Galman? Because you're Kenyan, I'm a Kenyan too. I'm Luo, by the way.
Oh, yeah, right.
I promise you. Minim Jaluo, Minim Jaluo.
Nango, mi pia bana, mini Jalo, Nango, brother.
Shut up, man. Watch this. Nilizaliwa Nairobi, nikalewa Eldoret, nikakuja huku London, nikiwa 16.
Joe, let's be honest here, okay?
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Mimi mtu wa Siaya, game district, Siaya, game.
Yeah, Joe, a one meat farm, like one like they do in Europe, okay? One farmer in Europe can come to the Maasai land. He's gonna take all the Maasai people's job if he brings this is industrialized farming in that.
That's true.
He's gonna take a small chunk of land and he's gonna dominate all of them.
That's
He
true.
does not need that big massive land just cow shitting all over the place just looking for grass.
No. But you do actually, guys. Not to be funny, but you do need that cow shit because it keeps the ground green. You see why Africa is turning
Actually,
into desert.
does. It
Good. Yeah, good.
No, you're
Okay.
right. But my grandmother had a
Joe.
farm. I remember we used to
Joe, yeah,
utilize-
you can still collect the cow shit.
Hold on.
You
We
can
used to
still
utilize the cow mess.
Nah, but
that was the form of fertilizer.
yeah, but the issue is
meat.
with overgrazing, it actually ends up being counterproductive.
Thank
So
you.
yeah, the cow shit is there, but it's overgrazed land, so it doesn't
Exactly.
grow.
The thing is, they have poor practices. They need to do the same thing, except they need to keep moving. That's why they
But
need a
Atticus,
huge piece of land.
but that's what I'm saying. The Bantus are high IQ because guess what? They know how to change the crops, which crops to put into, counteract, let's say, the other crops that's there. But the pastoral community, they haven't really evolved to think, okay, we can't just keep overgrazing. We have to then, leave this area, let that regrow, and then go back to that area. So that's, they've got to integrate these modern practices of farming.
I've got a bit of good news for you. It's actually being done with the Maasai in the Mara. They're being taught how to do that conservation thing, so they can do it on that. What's that part between Kenya and Tanzania where the wildebeest go?
Oh,
Serengeti. Serengeti. Exactly. Amboseli. They want these guys to keep going into that area with their cattle, but in a very not problematic, but programmed way. So they know, okay, this month we're here, these months we're here, these months we're here, and we don't go back up until next year. They're being taught it. It might take a few years, but at least Kenya's ahead with that. Hopefully, we'll end this drought thing without too much corruption. But it's being done.
Okay, that's good then. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
man.
Because when I look at these Maasai people's cow, they look like skinny, unhealthy. You understand?
They look like AIDS victims.
Yeah, you can see all the ribs on the side of. You can see the ribs. They're not fit. They're not fed well. You understand? So to me, it's just a waste of land and waste of technology.
Kifaro, I forgot to. I'm answering your question in 1 minute. I remembered something. Kifaro, man, there's something I read about Cameroon like 2 years ago, and it really interested it got my interest. How this guy called Douala, the city was named after him, how he defeated the Germans only. That's what I was talking about I think it was in Kaizo's channel. He defeated the Germans only using juju. He used voodoo. No guns, no whatever. And they wanted to do a movie on him. But that movie, I don't know, that movie just disappeared. I think it was because of COVID. It didn't work out.
Yeah, this guy, okay, a little bit of history. When this guy, this Gustav Natchinga, he came to Cameroon, he met King Dumbe of Douala. They had to sign it was a treaty of annexation, because the Douala people, they were Bantu people, so they had already good agriculture. They were a well-established kingdom, everything was going fine. When the Europeans came, if they came, they meet some dusty people, they would just like take over you. They don't even ask you, no question. But when they come, they meet people who were a little bit established. They had to sign a treaty. They signed treaty of annexation. But after time, they did not respect those treaties. You understand? They start violating the terms of those treaties. That's what sparked out this German. There's people started saying, you know what, we don't want these people, and there were a lot of German resistance. Not only him, my own chief, Kovalikinia, he defeated the Germans twice. You understand? But I don't know about the Juju one, but the Douala people, they were really, really powerful. They had war boats, the Sisawa group. It's possible, but I don't know about the Juju one. Yeah, it's possible.
I heard Juju. And then Ja, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, brother.
Yeah. Okay. Don't laugh, please. I mean, I'm not saying this to diss or anything. I'm not saying this, but I heard that when Queen Nanny, I don't know if you're familiar with the story of Queen Nanny in Jamaica.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about, but I'm more versed into like African American history more than Jamaica. But I know who you're talking about, Queen Nanny. I know who that is. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. There's this professor. She's in Canada. She's Nigerian. She does African history, and she was saying that Queen Nanny was using her butt to stop bullets, and that was what was saving her people.
I heard about.
Are you talking about Dr. Mumbi?
No, it's not Dr. Mumbi, and I don't watch Dr. Mumbi. I don't like that lady. It's let me check. Sankofa, something Sankofa.
Gosh.
Yeah, but listen, I heard these same stories in Haiti too. They say the same thing too.
Tanzania as well. Tanzania. Ask Dr. K. Tanzania, they did the same thing. Some witch doctor told them that, look, you take this magic and the British bullets won't kill you. It was the Germans bullets won't kill you. They became a colony just like us.
Guys, are you there? I think I'm short of space. I can fire one to join. I don't know if Kaizo is there or you've gone to sleep. Are you there, Kaizo? Okay, Kaiser is still there.
I'm here, but I
Yeah,
can leave. We
no,
can
you
let
can
the
fight.
dusty.
I can leave. I can leave. I can leave.
No, I could leave. I could leave. I gotta take care
No,
of this.
leave the doctor on and leave Brian on. You guys can fight it out.
No. I gotta go anyway. So.
Okay.
No, Brian,
Thanks
Brian,
for coming
Brian,
anyway,
Brian,
Brian.
keep in touch.
Good to meet you,
Brian,
Yeah.
we're worried about your health, so keep in
No, I'm
touch.
Yeah,
Okay?
don't go to Papua
good.
New Guinea. Those people they are not your people. They'll
Yeah.
roast you alive.
So Brian, I apologize for what I said earlier. I shouldn't have said that. It was rude.
No, man.
Now you're making it worse.
Man. You know what? Treat things like it's fucking normal.
Yeah.
Damn, Kaiser, at least wear some knee pads, bro. Damn.
Treat it like it's normal. I'm still the
Yeah.
same. Babe. I'm still the same.
No malice
feel
is
bad, though.
intended anyway. We're good.
Right.
Say anything you want, man. Come on. You can say anything to me.
Yeah,
I know
still the
malice
same.
is meant. Come on.
Still the same, Brian.
Yeah, but
Brian.
I basically came here because Brian was here and I haven't heard him in a while. So it's good to hear your voice. Glad everything's all right with you, and
No, I'm
just
good.
wishing
I'm
blessings, health, and prosperity with you, man.
It will be.
Good.
Wait,
Yeah.
Atticus, are you in Kenya? Did you say? Did you get deported?
I'm in London right now.
All right, take care, guys.
Peace.
Hey, Brian, keep in touch, okay?
I will.
Okay?
Yeah, come back, man.
All right.
I will.
Brian's in the Telegram group, so you can talk to him there too.
I'm not a member. Ugh. But yeah, who's asking me a question? I'm in London right now. Sorry.
So did you study at school or?
I went to primary school and high school in Kenya. Yes.
Hey,
Joe,
Joe, you can.
talking about. Sorry, this guy. That's the son of.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah,
This guy,
Douala
yeah, this
Mangabea. But what he went when the Germans came, they took him to Germany in 1900 to study. So he studied in Germany. So they wanted to use him as a facilitator. So while he was in Germany, then we had this German resistance. And he did not like it. So he thought he was a Boule, he was a German, he could speak German. So he rallied the Germans and the missionaries to tell them to talk bad against the Germans who were in Cameroon. Do you know what happened to him? He was instead charged of treason, and they hanged him alive. So just to tell you, just because you study with us, you talk like us, that does not still make you one of us. You understand? So he was hanged alive. He was killed. And that's why the name Douala.
No, you know what he did? You know what? Let me tell you what I want to give you his psychology. Now he and his people have no concept of blackness. You understand? So he's thinking that these little crackers have no concept of whiteness. So he's thinking it's just a people to people.
Don't use those words on the channel.
Could I finish? This is an outlaw channel. You feel me? Anyway, so he's thinking that people are just people, like how these crazy ass Africans think. You feel me? He's like, people are just people. You feel me? I love everyone. So he's like trying to say, these are my friends. You feel me? So, okay, my friends, let's go up against these other little people, which is white, happen to be white. You feel me? Mm-hmm. So that's why he got hanged, because he should have race pride, but he's nothing but a little crazy ass Negro. You feel me? When he should have had loyalty to his blackness and go teach his people, have loyalty to your blackness. You feel me? But that's why I have to tell you, little Africans, right now, here, have some loyalty to your blackness, because it gonna cost you. I went on a WhatsApp channel with a little Negro called Zola Bantu from the Congo, right? Now the king of Congo, he knows the story. He knows the story of the white men stealing away the black people for slavery, right? But he's in a WhatsApp group organizing for the unity of black people and for the upliftment of black people. And do you know this Negro has white people in the group? And I have to say, I be saying,
Fire burn.
I have to say to this dude, bro, we gonna talk about the inner business of Africa in the beginning of Africa's takeover by the blacks, and you gonna invite these crackers? Are you kidding me? I had to get out the group because I'll be like, this Negro is dumb as cat shit. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, you got the point. I can
Join the
fire.
PAA group, man.
Someone brought this point that there was a Jamaican queen that uses her boat to stop bullet. Is that true? Do you know about? Do you know of any?
Yeah. It's a big story in Jamaica where Nanny used to protect our people by doing a lot of different voodoo stuff, and one of them was catching bullet in her ass crack.
Wait. Can we still practice that in Jamaica? We need to teach some black
Yeah,
women
but
those.
she's a national. She's a.
Bro, it's a folk tale. That shit is a folk tale, man. Listen, that shit is encouraging you to do bullshit like the Magi people.
So
The Magi people.
So,
you know,
I did ask you, do you think it's good for Africans countries to separate by little tribal group, or do you think it's better for them to build a nation state?
I'm pan-African.
Listen. Black loyalty have to be promoted throughout the black parts of Africa. You feel me? You have to get the Muslim Negroes to be loyal to blackness over Islam, and you have to get Christian black Negroes to be loyal to blackness over Christianity and tribalism and their tribe. As soon as you do that, everything will be blessed, because people will stop killing each other based on tribe. People will respect each other based on color, and that will be a bigger win for all of us.
Has there been anywhere that's worked?
Huh?
Has there been anywhere that has worked?
It's working in pan-Africanism right now, because of the loyalty to blackness arise pan-Africanism, and pan-Africanism right now is at the helm of African unity right now.
In what sense? Like head of state is a.
So what I mean? Well, listen. Okay, black unity have never been done, but what we doing now has always been tried before. So how about we try black unity? Because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result, right?
So,
Right?
okay, black unity. So, can we trade with people who are non-black?
Of course. But we need to listen. Let me tell you what black unity is. To do what white people is doing. Do exactly what white people is doing. What I mean is loyal to everything black, just like they are loyal to everything white. Don't let them get richer than you, just like they don't want you to get richer than them. Sabotage them, just like they sabotage you. Disappear them if you can, if it's if it needs be. You feel me? All these things you have to do. You have to have racism. You have to be racist in terms of you own Africa and you dominate Africa in its totality. You have no white zones all over Africa. No Indian zones all over Africa. No goddamn Chinese zones all over Africa. Only
I get you. I can fire, but I saw something that disturbed me. I saw this Chinese woman in Jamaica saying Jamaica is not a black nation. So why don't you try to make it first? Make it completely black nation. She said Jamaica is not a black nation. That you guys should stop saying Jamaica is a black nation. And we see Jamaica as a black nation, but if we see
yeah,
this
but
Chinese woman going on and
why
showing us
okay,
showing a
okay,
passport and
okay,
say,
okay. All right, look at this. Look at this. Look at this logic. She's not black,
mhm.
so who the fuck cares what she say?
But she is claiming to be Jamaican, and she
But,
said that is not a black
but,
nation. So
but,
you let her do that, you
hold on,
people.
but hold on. The Somalis, I would love them to be pro-black and pro-Africa, but I can't stop them from saying what the fuck they want to say. You feel me? All I'm saying is we, the black dominated, should just dominate. You feel me? And don't care what nobody else say. You feel me? In Jamaica, right? It's our people's fault. You feel me? Our people lick out their ass every day. Feel me? All they do is lick these Chinese ass. Even before a whole bunch of Chinese came there, all we do, the bit that was there, all they do is lick their ass. The few crackers is there, all they do is lick their ass and then wipe their shoes. You feel me? All we do. Let me tell you something, man. Christianity is like worse than a nuclear weapon to our people. Yeah, and same with Islam. Those religions are religions of control. You feel me? It is made to control. It don't hurt the bitches that organized it, because you have to praise them and their stinking people, like the dirty Arabs. You're praising a dirty Arab called Muhammad. That's what all you're doing. You just
We
worship.
don't, but like religion is freedom of choice. We can
Yeah,
start.
no, don't fucking tell me that shit.
We need
Ain't
to.
no African. Ain't no African choose Christianity. No African choose.
I can fire. Instead of telling people that this religion is that and that, we should make our own religion and make it dominant first. But what do you have? What's your religion that you have to tell your people and make it dominant?
Hold on. Kemetic cosmology under the law of Ma'at. You feel me?
Okay.
Which is
Where do I go? Where do I go to worship that religion in Africa?
you just learn your history. You'll get to it.
Exactly. We don't have. So I'm not saying you're wrong, but we actually need to make it bigger than these religions that are now present, and show the people, look, if you come to this religion, it will be better. But if we just say, oh, don't go there, don't go there, sometimes it not work. I'm not saying
Hey,
you're wrong.
so hold on. As I said, me, I'm a Rastafari, but I still obligate myself to Kemetic cosmology. All religions was created out of Kemetic cosmology. So if you want to know the truth about what is God and how to understand creation, you have to study Egypt, because that is how white people know what is God, how to control parts of nature, how to understand logic. It is Egypt that they found out all of that. Wait, man. You feel me?
I think
Wait, man.
a lot of people are going away. I think it's because of you. So let's get them. Let's say different. Let's pass some articles. I see you. You have what's it called? Your paper. Are you doing agriculture?
Oh yes. I do grow some stuff in Kenya. Place called Eldoret. Just make stuff, veg mostly, but just something small going on over here.
As just for your own personal consumption or for
Like
business?
well, like because I'm not there. Like my mom and dad, because they're elderly, They can watch over it, use it, sell it, whatever. But it's there, it's being watched over, and when I'm back, I can do whatever I want with it. So I'm
I
good.
see. Is that actually a picture of your pharmacy irrigation system there?
I promise you, yes. That's something growing off out of the soil, my farm.
Wow, that's high tech. That's high tech. So is this kind of agriculture popular in Kenya? Is it
Very,
common?
very. Kenya is an agricultural nation. I think 3/4 of people own a farm. Everybody farm. Even if it's a small piece of land, it's like cultural, and that's one thing that you find across all these tribes. It's a very Kenyan
Yeah,
thing.
it's a Bantu thing. It's
You think? You
yes,
think?
yes,
Like
yes,
no,
yeah.
no, but because I'm a Nilot, yeah, but I'm a particular type of Nilot. I come from the lake Victoria. They call it Lake Victoria. We have a different name for it, but we live along the Nile. We migrated from South Sudan to where we are in Kenya, yeah, about 600, 700 years ago. But it's we did a bit of farming, fishing, and a bit of cattle rearing. So I don't think it's just exclusively a Bantu thing. Farming came apparently from Mesopotamia and spread everywhere. I don't know if that's true or not, but I
What
think
you
a
think
lot.
what you think the Hutus are known for?
I'm not sure about the Hutus, to be honest with you. Rwanda is very
I mean,
mysterious
they
to me.
are- they've always been a farming people, and the Tutsis are grazers.
Oh, cattle rearers, because I know the Tutsis are Nilots. I know this, yes.
But some people say the Tutsis are Bantu group as well.
No, 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 no. Maybe over time some of them mixed, but there's a very
They call
particular.
them, yeah, they
Yeah,
call
yeah,
them Bantus because they merged with the Hutus, okay? It's a really long story,
yeah,
but they,
yeah.
they decided to form one kingdom, the Kitara kingdom, and they took most of the language, of the Bahut, which is what they're speaking right now.
Yeah.
But they're actually Nilotes from the Blue Nile in Ethiopia.
Funny thing is, just to add on what Joe just said, it's like when you say Tutsi and Hutu, yes, they're probably mixed, but when it's Tutsi, they're probably like 70, 80% Tutsi in terms of mixture. And then the other one, the 70, 80% Hutu, but they still have some blood mixed in to a certain level. And that's a lot of nations or tribes in
Because
Africa. No pure
they
blood,
live
pure
they
blood.
live together for hundreds of years.
Yes, they did. But you have to understand the circumstances of how they met. The Tutsis migrated south and came in fighting. Because that's what Nilots do. That's what we do. We are outnumbered heavily by the Bantu, for instance. So if you want to survive as a Nilot, you have to be a fighter. Every Nilot tribe is hard. I'm telling you, we're hardcore. But
That's true.
it's like, yeah, please, please.
Yeah, but
That's true.
to me, with the Bantus, I don't think anybody it's necessary to be hard. To me,
It depends.
I think we throw things out of we all as people we just throw things out of
Content.
we're all fucking good people. I mean, I don't even.
I'll say this.
That's why
I
we
can.
conquered.
I
That's
can.
why
But
we
I'll say this.
conquered.
It depends on the tribe. It's not like every single tribe, Bantu tribe, is peaceful. Many are. For example,
Yeah.
Joe can tell you, my tribe lives next to one called the Abaluya. It's a mixture of Bantu tribes. Very peaceful. We don't have a history of war with them. But go over to the Ugandan side, we fought with one called the Lango whilst
Mhm.
we migrated south. You understand? So some are hostile, some are just, you know what, we're just living our lives. We don't care if you're here. You're not going to change us anyway. So let's trade and you have your space, we have our space. So it's a mixture of things you're going to find on the continent. It's never one thing. That's one thing I tell people.
I know that. I know that. I know that. And this is what I have to say about that. That's why I say Kefiro Kemetic cosmology, because what I'm trying to say is we need a balance. All tribes are good for something. You feel me? You got some people who are maybe good at books, math. You got some people may be good at public speaking. You have someone good at trade. You have someone, so everybody's needed. You feel me?
I agree.
Nobody, huh?
I agree. I
You
can tell
just
you what's
need
standing in the
to
way.
challenge these energies into a good way, like wicked for wickedness and good for goodness. You
No,
feel
I
me?
agree. I agree. I can tell you what's standing in the way. It's the old African elite, the ones who the British, the French took to Europe to educate, brought back, and made heads of state. And now they're stuck there,
Mhm.
and their children are now presidents, and their cousin or whatever is defense minister
Yeah.
or whatever the hell it is. That old elite still holds power across Africa. Paul Biya, come on, Kifaru, tell Icon about Paul Biya.
I know
I
about
think he
Paul
knows.
Biya.
He knows about Bob. Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's offensive to the
Yes. Yes.
citizens.
But
It's offensive.
the thing about Paul Biya, okay, Paul Biya is not ruling Cameroon. It's one guy, I forgot his name, is the Minister of Territorial Administration, and with some two generals with France. Paul Biya is done. That man has got dementia.
Yeah, we understand that because I saw him on a thing the other day, and I,
Paul Biya, yeah.
people are saying Cameroon people need to be ashamed of themselves to have
Yes.
this guy embarrass them like that. You feel me? Because
No, but it's not only Cameroon. Have you seen the president of Gabon? He's even more sick.
Oh yes.
No, he just had a medical condition, but he's younger, like far younger than Paul Biya. I think that guy should be in his 60s. Paul Biya is almost 90, getting to 90 years old.
Paul Biya is 90. It has reached 90 already.
Yeah, Paul Biya has got what they call them, I don't know, napkins, whatever. You know, they put
Diaper.
it on him.
He has
Diapers,
on
diapers.
COVID. Yeah, it don't make. I think it's that is just showing you the greed of these little Christians. You feel me? Because all of these people around him, including him, is Christians. All of them is Christians, bro, and they are there milking Cameroon just because they know that the president is incapacitated. You feel me? They're milking the country. They know he gonna die, but they trying to make him stay alive so they can keep doing it, bro.
No, but
And
Paul Biya is not innocent. He's
that's
not
what I
innocent. He set it up. He set up the system. He said, "Look,
Exactly.
now
That's
I
true.
want to I want to leave Cameroon. You guys do what you got to do, but give me
not
my
how
cut. I'll be in
no.
Switzerland."
No, that's not how I see things. Let me tell you how I
I
see
can
things.
fire.
That's exactly what it is.
Listen, articles is 100% correct. That's what is happening in Cameroon.
Yeah, but you forgot to mention that
Nobody's
France
forcing
is
you, my brother.
hold on. You forgot to mention that France is in charge of everything, and France is dealing with that younger person and telling him what to do too.
No, they let France do it. They let France do it.
Thank you. I can
Exactly. You
fire.
have to understand. I can.
Yes, yeah. They're letting France do it. Look at this other country. They don't want France to do anything. They let France do it. If France say go left, you say no. You say okay. If you don't go left, you're not gonna be the president. You say okay, no problem. They go to the next one, go left. You say no, I'm not gonna do it. They're gonna get tired. They allowed France to do it. It's not
They
France
allow
forcing
it.
them.
Yes, I can. Even in Kenya, the British Army has never left. It has never left.
That's why I
Kenyan
don't leave
government
out.
allows it. It pays leases.
Listen,
My brother. The British Army
That's why,
pays money every
and I
year.
understand, Mr. Nyla. That's why I don't leave out Christianity out of my arguments because I know there's something causing you to love them like that. Because you saying that,
not love.
it's love. It's
not
love.
love. I can. Please, my brother, you just listen to what we're saying. In
All right.
Africa, a lot of us, because of how our governments function, we don't have a say. Number one, we can't tell our government we don't want. For example, in Kenya, we don't want the British Army here anymore. It compromises Kenya's territorial integrity as a sovereign nation. If they are to be here, even if they are paying the lease, it should be reciprocal. We should be able to set out outside London. Kenya should have a brigade set up, training ground somewhere in the United Kingdom. Now,
in Lancaster,
for example, right? Now, this is the thing, my brother. The people don't have a say. The Kenya government was handed over to a particular set of people. You have to understand the history. It was we never got independence.
The Kenyattas.
Exactly. Now, guess what? Kenya was not a thing up until a European came and drew it and said, "This is Kenya." When we had so-called independence, what should have been real independence is each tribe go their own way, because that's the way we were before the British arrived. Except what happened was that state, the artificial state, that factory, that warehouse, that plantation was handed over to a particular set of people. So we're still living under a structure that is not ours. This is why you see the schisms and conflicts in Africa, because not all of us are educated in the West or with Western education. Some of us live traditionally. They don't even speak English. And they're looking at us going, what are you people doing? We want our land back. You understand? That's why these kinds of conflicts going on. There's no uniformity in how people live, education, capital, everything. There's no uniformity in Africa. Some people are real traditionalists. They don't give a damn about the Chinese, the Americans, the British, nothing. They want their land and they want to live there how they want to live there. If they want to graze, that's what the hell they want. They don't want a road, they don't want a railway. Some people are like, live in the 21st century. We need railways, we need roads, we need cities. So it's that kind of conflict, that clash, even amongst Africans, that's causing.
I know.
Look at these
I know
Europeans.
that.
These Europeans and these Chinese could never get in if they were not allowed. They're not forcing anyone. I promise you, my brother, because look, how is it the Arabs can run their own affairs? Yes, it's not perfect, but they can resist. Everybody, we can all fight. The thing is, we choose not to. It's allowed. So I can't blame the Europeans.
Yeah, but you think I don't know all of that? I know they all allow them.
No. All I'm saying is I can't blame the Europeans before I blame my own.
I understand.
Government. I can't blame the Europeans. It's an open door, my brother. It's an open door. It's an open door. Are you not going to go in and just take what you want? It's open. It's right there.
Yeah, but
that's what Africa is.
Yeah. I understand. I'm not a thief. I don't take because I see an open door. But I understand what you're saying.
No one said that. No one said that.
I think I can fire. There was some time in history where we could blame these politicians, okay, but that time has gone. You know, that time has passed. These present politicians now are the ones bringing us down. It's not necessarily the Europeans. They have their own part to play, but they're just business people. They make their deals, they offer it to you, and you accept. If you don't accept it, they're not going to force you, except for some cases that we saw, like
the only way things can change is
Iran, like Iraq, to Iraq to actually take down a president, things like
Libya,
that. Okay,
Libya.
Yeah. All right. Hear me out for a second. The only way I see real change is by people like Kefiro and other young men. Reason why I'm saying this is because you are being educated and enhanced by pan-africanism that gives you a kind of foresight of the past and the future for you to have the confidence to say you know what to do. You feel me? So that's the whole problem. What's going on in Africa? Africa has to get a formal re-education. So tribes don't matter. None of these don't matter. All you have to do is intercept the curriculum. You feel me? And everybody, it gonna get to everybody, no matter the tribe. You feel me? As long as you intercept the curriculum. So
education is state supplied, my brother. So whatever the government wants you to learn, it's what you're going to learn. Sadly,
Yeah, that's why I say
education is state run.
that's why I'm saying only people like Kifiro can change things. Where they have been um um have alternative teaching to understand what's going
Yeah,
on in this
I can stop. Sorry for cutting you short. Yeah, guys, we are the Pan African Alliance. We are a political movement with the motives of encouraging young Africans to get into politics. We are in need of people who can write articles. I'm trying to write a manifesto. Unfortunately, the people I talk to, they just want to have fun. Maybe the young people, they're not so interested. They think politics is not for them. But if you can have any contribution, if you have
Okay.
any idea to see how you can make Africa a better place, please
but
do
I'll
join us.
give you an idea.
I can tell you right now, but please continue. I can, but I can tell you right now. But continue. I'll say afterwards.
But I'll just give you an idea and let you go on, Mr. Nyla. I'll give you an idea. Choose Pan African people because they are the only ones who have the foresight to join you and your goddamn little party. You feel me? None of these other people ain't gonna join your shit unless they have something to steal out of your shit. You feel me? So you need to be mindful of who you planning on working with because if they are non-pan-africanists, look for your shit to fall. You have well, hold on. Okay, go non-pan-africanist like anybody is anybody, and you will have a 80% chance of falling. Go Pan-Africanist people for your venture, and then you have a 80% chance of moving forward.
Yo, Atticus.
Yes, Joe.
Yeah, hebu nitumie namba yako
Kwa email.
Yeah, mi naenda saa nataka kulala, nimechoka.
Okay, anano ni nyingi obura. Wewe doc wa.
Sawa.
Alright, I'll send it to you right now.
Okay. Kifaro, thanks. We'll talk later. I want to sleep.
Alright, you get it in 1 minute, Joe.
Okay. All right. Icon, take care of Jamaica, man.
Thanks for coming, man. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it.
Yo, I don't. Jamaica is too small for me to care about. My scope is way larger than Jamaica. My business is Africa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but okay. I mean, like one Jamaica, one Africa together, man.
You take care of Jamaica. How about hold on? You take care of Jamaica. How about that part?
You take care of Jamaica. I can fire. You're the one to take care.
No, Kifiro. You take care of Jamaica, Kifiro. Hold on. Hold on. You all scared? You all too small to do that? That's what y'all saying?
No, I can fire. I can fire. If I come to Jamaica, I have these Indians and Chinese telling me they're Jamaica. How am I going to fight them? You're the ones who tell me they're not. That's your job.
Yeah, but you won't even see these people.
Well, they're all over the place. And you said you actually accepted that the Jamaicans are licking their asses. So you should clean that first. I can't do that.
You won't see these people. You see in Jamaica, you will see black people. It's 80%.
If they're influencing your politicians and your business policies, that's the bad thing.
Listen, man, what you gonna do about a lady talking? What you gonna do about that? All you can do is just talk too. You feel me?
You need to clean Jamaica for more, so that if the Pan-African Alliance is coming to Jamaica, we're gonna meet black people. I don't want to meet Chinese and Indian people.
Let me tell you what's happening.
And
Jamaica, hold on. Let me tell you what's happening. Jamaica is losing because Africa is sleeping.
Oh my God!
How about that part?
Okay.
Like that part.
That's right. Again, we're gonna talk about that different, but you need to do your job. Fight for your own point.
So this is how I see things. Me as a Jamaican, I'm focusing on Africa to be a world power in order to save Jamaica. So I'm playing chess. What are you playing?
Okay, we're playing Ludo.
Okay.
All right, that's good. I take
What
us.
happened?
Yes, man.
All right.
Bye,
You see what
guys.
happened? We have a hold on. What happened is we have four
Thank you, Joe, for coming. No.
we have three world powers or so controlling shit. All different people want to be world power. What about Africa? Why we not going? Why we not being a world power? Well, hold on. Why Africa is not considering? Oh, I can be a world power, and then we take over the Black Caribbean and we take over the South China Sea with the black people there. You see
Yeah,
me?
I understand
And
what you mean, but it's complicated, because the people in those countries that consider themselves Jamaicans, and you have Jamaicans who see those people as Jamaicans. We can't come and tell them you're not. You'll be like, I'm putting my nose in someone else's business. But if you can clearly tell me, okay, Jamaican is this clear, then it'll be easier for me. You understand? We can't reject
you
history.
got black Jamaicans.
Jamaica.
You got black Jamaicans saying they're not Africans.
Exactly. So okay. So how do you expect me to? Do you want me to force them? No. So it's for you, the Pan-African Jamaicans, to be in charge, so that I don't need to worry about those people. But if I come to Jamaica and meet a Jamaica who's a president and say I'm not an African, that's
But
done
a
deal for me. What do you want me to
But
do?
Pan African Jamaican is just maybe 10% of Jamaica or 5%.
Okay. Then you need to work.
So
That's why you've got so much work to do in Jamaica first.
what are you trying to say? Say what you're
Because
trying to say.
you're giving
Spread the
Jamaica away.
message. Spread the message. Spread the message.
Yeah.
Hold on.
That's what we're doing.
Hold on. You know I'm a Rasta, right? You ever heard about Rastafari? You ever heard about Rastafari?
Yes, but
Yeah, but
we didn't know
Rastafari.
about you. We can't see it. And you
Yeah, but as I'm trying to tell you, that's what I'm trying to
No,
tell you.
I've seen him. He's Rasta. I've seen him.
Yeah, I'm
okay,
working.
okay.
That's work, bro. Everybody know that's black power. That Rastafari is black power. You see me?
But you know it's
Everybody
been
know
hijacked,
that.
my brother. You know mainstream is hijacking it. So that's why you vocal. Look, being seen is one thing, but actually getting to engage with people like we're doing now is another level up as well.
Yeah, that's why I'm speaking to you, Mr. Nyla.
No, that's good. But what we're saying is, like, I'm Kenyan. I speak to people from Kenya, and we spread this message. Even if it's 10 people, it might be 15 people next week or next year. But why leave Jamaica behind? If you're a Jamaican, why not speak to your fellow Jamaicans? And over time, the numbers keep growing
What
exponentially.
are what are you saying to your people?
The same messages we're speaking about now. How, for example, our systems of governance and how they relate to us as people with our own identity, like back home. We have our own nations, but we're stuck in a country that we never drew the
So
borders of.
so do you want black power in Africa?
I want power, period. Power is just power to me.
Yeah. So yeah.
Why are you deflecting?
I'm not deflecting. I want power, real
Do
power.
you want do you want black people to have total power in Africa?
We already have American fire. We already have. We're not just using it.
No, but yeah, I
Quiet
have to let
down.
him know. I have to let him
Quiet
know.
down, Kutira.
I'm not a
Quiet down,
Pan African
Kutira.
like the way I'm not a Pan African the way you guys are. I'm a different kind. I have to make that known because I'm about to tell you what I believe in, Kifari. Mine is three
Go.
simple principles.
3 simple principles, and we can all get along. I'll read them out to you right now. Just 3 things. Number one, individual liberty in how it relates to the state. The state has no control over the individual. Your body is your property, for example. Your blood is your property. your identity is your property in relation to the state. The government can't, whatever government they will be, they can't force you to do something. Like, for example, with this, the injection thing they tried to
Yeah.
force people to do. The government must never have any say over the individual's rights. That's what I mean by individual liberty. Number two, non-aggression. We on the continent who subscribe to this must come to an understanding that we must never, ever initiate violence against each other, whether on a state level or on an interpersonal level. First option is always talk it out. Persuasion over coercion. I don't do coercion. I'll try it and persuade. And if the person still says no in the end, I'll leave it. And maybe over time, things will work themselves out. Last thing, free trade. We may do whatever we want with anyone in terms of trade in the world, except one thing: we will never tax each other.
Okay. So, thank you, Joe. I think, yeah. So, the Pan-African Alliance is not a conventional Pan-African. It's a movement for African people on the continent, from north to south. It's not this. This is not a Black Panther movement. You understand? So people have been coming for me and saying, "Oh, why do you include this kind of people?" I say, "Well, this is a movement, a political and social movement for the continent of Africa. Everyone that is found in that continent is part of the Pan-African Alliance." You understand? Because to me, Pan-Africanism, yeah, it is a political, and this one, Pan-African Alliance, is a political and social movement. If you want to have Black liberation movement, there's nothing wrong with that. You understand? I don't think there's any, if some people feel like that, but the Pan-African Alliance is a political, as you said, social, political peace in Africa.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and that all of that is great, but Africa wouldn't be free if it wasn't for Black liberationists.
Here we go. We did this before.
Ain't nobody white.
No.
Ain't nobody white. It was involved in the freedom of Africa. It was all Black people. It was all Black people. It was all Black liberationists. You feel me? One of the first Black kingdoms in Africa that gained when everybody was under oppression, including Cameroon. It was Ghana who Dr. Kwame Nkrumah who got Black liberation teaching from Black Americans in America.
Yeah, I know you talk.
Listen. Yeah, but that. Hold on, y'all don't do that. Don't.
You hold on. I can fire. There's nothing wrong about Black liberation, but Pan-African Alliance is not a Black liberation movement. I think that's where you get it wrong. It's a Pan-African Alliance for all those in the continent. I'm not saying there's anything wrong about Black liberation, but this politics, Pan-Africanism, is for people. Is for the African continent. How we can trade and stop wars. How we can live together, based, even though we are different. We have different in religion.
Well, what if an Africano wants to be a part of your party? What if an Africano wants to be part of your party?
Yes, if its interest is that interest of Africa, and we can prove it, why not? There's some people in Africa.
If their allegiance is to the
if their allegiance is to the continent.
How you gonna know their allegiance?
Listen, if he's willing to do the do against the so-called enemy, he's one of us. As long as he can prove it. Just like on the street, they put the tool in your hand and say, "Go do the thing." If you do it, you're in. If you don't do it, you're out.
What's the dude?
I can fire. Do you think I would take a politician in Cameroon who's selling out to francs just because he's Black and making part of the Pan-African Alliance? No. Just because he's Black, he's a traitor. His allegiance not to the continent, so he's not part of the Pan-African Alliance.
So that's why you think a white man wants
to be part of the Pan-African Alliance? Well, I say I don't know.
Why you think a white man? Why you think a white man would? Why you think a white man would go up against whiteness?
Where I don't.
They're
Why
doing
you
it
think a
against
black man
whiteness.
goes against blackness?
Yeah.
Because we don't have no sense of race.
White
That's
people are
why we
fighting right
do that.
now. Look at Europe. They're fighting right now. They're
Who?
fighting.
Exactly.
Ukraine and Russia fight right now. United States is backing Ukraine. The rest of Europe is helping funding it. These white people are killing each other. It's what
Yeah,
they do.
I'm back in Russia.
Oh yeah, I have no problem with Russia. I'm not backing anyone, but I have no problem with Russia. In case anyone's listening, I'm not backing anyone. I'm just saying I have no problem with Russia.
I'm back in Russia. I don't give a fuck who's listening.
No, Russia. I don't really care about them. I care about Africa. You know,
I back
there's no difference.
I back Africa in its totality. I don't care. I'll say it out loud anywhere.
That's why I said I'm not backing either one.
Yeah, I think if the African continent, everyone in the African continent, maybe the Arabs, they say their own things, but their interest is Africa. I was watching what's it called, the Moroccan, I think it was the Egyptian minister of I don't know, economics or whatever. It was so sad that they don't have market in the sub-Saharan Africa, not because they don't want to, but their economies are not just capable of doing business with them. So what do they do?
Yeah, it's not compatible.
Exactly. They do their business in Europe and they have to pay all these taxes. If they could do their business in Africa and have the same money, they would do it. That's just the problem. So we need to meet up. We need to come up to a level where we can all do trade and business just among ourselves. That is the end goal.
I think the thing for them is.
I think I'm involved with that. I think we should do business, do it better, and buy them out and enslave them financially.
It's too much work dealing with other people. I just want to deal with my own. I don't want to deal with other people. Let them be like neighbors, far away neighbors.
That's coward. That's cowardly. That's cowardly.
No. Minding your own business is cowardice. I don't care about them. I love my own people.
No, spread your wings out, man. Spread your wings out, bro.
Do you know how big Africa is?
Make yourself strong and powerful. And people
stop looking at it. Stop looking at Africa that way, bro.
No, do you know how big Africa is? You go around that continent and you would never meet every single group, not person, but group in your lifetime.
How much people know Patrice Lumumba? The one that's alive now. How much people know him? How much people in Africa know him?
Which one?
A lot. People who do history.
Almost everybody that has a phone knows Patrice Lumumba. And he's one fucking man. And they know him in Namibia. They know him in Angola. They know him in fucking Gambia. They know him in South Africa. They know him in Lesotho. They know him in fucking Somalia. So I don't understand what you talking about. Stop being cowardly. Fight for your continent, everybody, not for your little tribe.
I can fire. You should fight for Jamaica. The Chinese and the Indians are taking Jamaica. They will fight. I think the Pan-African Alliance is each country is fighting. We work in a conglomerate. You understand?
How you know I'm not fighting for Jamaica?
Listen, I can't fight for Kenya. I can't fight for Uganda. Only the Kenyans can fight for Kenyan. Only the Ugandans can fight for Ugandans. And
Bullshit. Bullshit. You are so petty. That's why y'all making Zimbabwe suffer. Y'all are set. You are a set of little bitches. That's why you make.
Yeah, you can't call me bitch on my show. Welcome,
well done. Yeah, once you cross that line, don't even talk. Let's move on.
Yeah. Just you can't say bitch on my show. I can fire. Sorry. So yeah, you came the other time. So what do you have to say?
Yeah, sorry about that, man.
Yeah. Insidious.
Yeah, but what about Zimbabwe? What about Zimbabwe? You're saying Zimbabwe, they're on their own. Then they need to fight for their own self. That's what you're saying.
I can fire. You will speak later. If the Zimbabweans, don't see if they don't see the importance of fighting for their own country. I can't fight for Zimbabwe. I have my own
Exactly.
problems in
You gotta
Cameroon
show.
that I need
Yeah.
to sort it out. I can't
You
go and
got
fight
stuff
for
to
them.
sort out.
Exactly. So I don't understand that point. So insidious.
So, so is your Pan-African Alliance for Cameroon alone?
No, it's for everyone. It's a conglomerate. Everyone needs.
So why you doing something like that? How
I can
you
explain it. No.
why are
Let
you
me explain it.
contradicting yourself? How are you
Very
saying that?
easily. Let me explain it to
Let me
you.
explain to
Let
you.
me
I can
explain
fire.
it to you.
Let me explain. The Pan-African Alliance is a conglomerate of political parties. So what we're doing, we're encouraging politicians, young politicians, to be the politicians in all your countries, so that if we, with these same ideas, are ruling all these African countries, then we can come up and make a coalition that will protect the country from that point of view. I can't be fighting for Nigeria. Nigeria has got its own unique situation. You understand? So everyone needs to fight, and we become a group, coalition of the people with the same ideology from these distinct countries. Then we can build Africa from there. That's the point. You can't be going to fight someone else, everyone's country. That will never work.
The Africa you want can't work if some of us are strong and some of us are weak. And guess what?
Exactly.
If the strong ones come help the weak ones will never be strong. You see, us Africans, we don't run from pain, we don't run from death. That's one thing that separates us from our brothers who live abroad. We actually bled for our freedom, bro. And we still do it now. We still do it now. You hear the stories, people call us names for it, but we're people who are not strangers to that thing called death. You know, when people die, they bury you and we move on. We don't even talk about it. That's how normal it is. You understand? So they have to learn. No apologies. They have to grow up. The weak ones have to grow up. Because I am not carrying nobody on my fucking back when I still gotta carry my kids. I gotta carry my cousins, my sister, my everything. How am I gonna go to a whole other country and carry them too?
Okay.
No, too much weak people, man.
This has not speak. Let him speak. Go ahead, brother. I don't know.
Okay. Hello, Kifaru. How you doing? You all right?
I'm all right. Is that tough? Yeah, come on.
Yeah. I've been listening to
no Gambians. We don't want no Gambians on the channel.
Fire, man. If you interrupt, you'll be backstage again, man.
I don't know what this bastard is talking about when he has
I'm
nothing
playing.
to do.
I'm playing. I'm playing. Y'all so uptight. What the fuck?
What does a son of a bastard have to do with Africa?
It's hard to tell with a Jamaican accent if you're playing or being serious.
Man, so God, you think I'm serious?
What does a son of a bastard have to do with Africa? Come on, man. You know?
Jamaicans always sound like
Jamaica.
Jamaicans always sound like
focus on Jamaica, right? Anyways, one thing, two
joke,
points.
Man. Relax.
Damn, you all must wear. You all acting like you wear panties.
Fucking shut up.
Go ahead, Dad. Go ahead, Dad.
Two points that stood out to me while I was listening to the show is the question of leadership and how we can kind of turn that around, and the tribalism issue. And I've always said, just like the Russian model of spreading out propaganda or reshaping the political mood in Africa to kind of get the results they get in Mali, you understand what I mean? To agitate people to actually kind of reject France and reject people. So that was a campaign they embarked on in those French African countries, and they achieved results because the people themselves rose up against France and the military took advantage. So within three ways of achieving power in Africa is you have finance, you have money, you have the will of the people behind you, or you have the military. So in this case, the people and the military unified and they won. So it was not the elite. It was the people and the military, because the elite are with France. So the people and the military unifying kicked out France, and it's happened all over. But prior to that, there was a campaign of changing the political mood to be against France. You understand?
Yeah.
To be against this elite and all that stuff. That campaign took part and it took hold that the people came out. Even now you can see in Burkina Faso that happened. So it's kind of like it's reshaping, making it so hostile to be a leader in Africa, making it so hostile to be a puppet leader in Africa that there's a price to pay to be a leader. So it's not a case of following, making it hostile in a way of like you have elites and you're doing that. It's just you want the people to just know what's happening and not accept it at all. And they, it's kind of like creating a revolution in a way as well. So I think that's how Africa will go in the future to come. There will be a lot more agitation, and I think we can add to that. You know what I mean? We over here who know a bit more in politics, we can definitely add to that agitation that's to come to kind of mold the political mood to our own being. And with the tribalism issue, I think the reason why it happened is because they mixed up tribes that are major tribes into one country, and they're fighting each other for dominance. Right? So you mixed up multiple tribes, and here in the case you have other little tribes not being represented. You know what I mean? They're not being represented in the political system because the bigger tribes are fighting and all that stuff. So I think, do we just cut down the country? Do we just cut down the country into little bits? Because that's no way forward. You know, that's not even close to unification. So either we create something new that is of our own making. You know what I mean? Not artificially made. We create something new, or embolden something new, or get behind something that is of our own making. So, for instance, this thing with ECOWAS region, or the regionalism that's to take place. We need to have regionalism, but it's not just that. At the judicial level, we need to have that, so that the court, like just like the European Union is the high court of European law, the regional courts can be at the higher level to make sure that when other peoples are feeling persecuted in another country, they can report to a higher court than the country they're trapped in with a majority tribe. Do you understand what I'm saying, Kifaru?
I want to comment on that very quickly.
Are competing in one region, there's a higher court other than that. You understand me? That they can go to. This is a part of integrating laws, and also a part of integrating the same military. But I think it's gonna move towards that trajectory. But it's only gonna happen if we have leaders that are willing to do that, leaders that are willing to go that way. So I always come back to the leadership. We can always say we want this, we want that, we want this. We can list down a whole list of what we need to do to get ahead, right? But the problem is, if the leadership issue was not tackled and all that stuff, always it will produce the same results. You understand? So listing a plethora of things is just not there. That's why
you not just shut up, man. Like literally, just keep quiet. I'm sick of you Africans on an every day and night basis. It's talking nonsense.
Yeah, man.
Talking nonsense. You have no clue about. Shut up, whoever's talking, just keep quiet. Look here. I keep quiet, man. I don't care about you.
Put down the tick, man. Put down the tick. Bro, put down the tick.
Yeah, shut up. Just hold your mouth.
Mad dog, take it like, put down the tone, man. Put down the tone.
I know, I need to put down my tone, but I don't like...
Children listen to this show, so if your language is not... But yeah.
All right. Farouk, shout out to you, shout to the kids and them. Hold tight to the kids and them. But I'm talking about adults now. I'm speaking to adults in an adult panel. Let me tell you this, right? I'm sick and tired of listening to you, man, whether it be in real life or on these panels, whatsoever. Spew the same rhetoric over and over and over and over again. Like, we just literally come out here and talk about African leadership and what it will take for us to convince or persuade the African leadership, so even if it means a total revolution to change the African leadership to total trajectory of socioeconomic and political progression. Let me tell you this. That's just made it. I don't know if that was his intent, but it made it sound a bit more progressive. I'm gonna tell you this. It's gonna take blood, sweat, and thunder. That's why a lot of you come onto this panel to try to have intellectual conversations, like you're intellectuals. You guys are not intellectuals. I can hear you speak. I just say a lot of regular dummies just talk about things that you've read about and you've thought about.
Tell us more.
Let me tell you this. From a militaristic perspective, if you want to revolutionize Africa, it's going to take a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and thunder as well. I don't know how many want to use on this panel or listening to the show are ready to go through that. Just talk a lot. So that revolution, I've done it before.
Right?
I've done it. I have done it.
Oh, really? Tell us about
You
it.
get me? I'm from the Niger Delta region of West Africa. Yeah, let me make it clear now. I got
a
family
shithole.
that
Please
fought
continue.
wars, and I've done spies from before. And you're probably from a shithole as well. Do you know what I mean? I'm not here to argue with you. Don't get it twisted as
Do
well.
you
I'm not
live
here
on
to
those
argue with you.
houses on the?
I'm just
on
telling you,
the,
no, shut up,
you know
whatever the
those,
fuck
you know
that
those
is.
water houses.
Keep quiet,
You
no,
live
no,
on
no,
them.
no. Keep quiet, man. Keep quiet.
Huh?
Shut up,
Did
keep
you
quiet.
did you
Keep your
roll to
fucking
school?
mouth quiet.
Did you roll to school when
Keep
you're
your
doing
fucking
that?
mouth quiet.
Or
I
sewage
probably
water?
done more
Is
school
that
than you
what you
done.
did?
I probably done more
Huh?
school than you
Brian,
done.
what
I
do
probably
you
done
have
more
to add?
school than you
What do
done.
you have to add?
Brother,
Went to school
I got
on
2
sewage water.
degrees, but you not got that.
Shut up,
No,
Mr.
let me say
Nyla.
this.
You have
Let me
to
say
add,
this.
Brian.
Where did you get that? In
Let me
the
say this. Let me say this. Let me say
Niger
this.
Delta University.
Bruv, I
Down
gone to
there.
more school than you done. I fought
I'm
wars and
asking.
I still gone
I'm
to
just
school.
asking.
I'm a bigger
What
man than
school?
you are.
Or is it the
I
Niger
fought
Delta
wars and I
University?
still got. I done school in Ireland as well. So keep quiet.
Oh, so
Keep
the
the
white man
fuck
taught
quiet,
you.
mate.
Go on.
So,
The
so
white
what do
man
you
taught
have
Just
to
like the
add,
white man
Brian?
taught you as well. Just like they taught you as well. Keep
I
quiet.
actually learned back home, but
Let me
yeah,
tell you
continue.
something. No, let me tell you something.
Yeah,
This.
white
Let me tell you
degrees.
something. The reason I made that
Tell us
statement.
about
Shut
your white
up
The
and
reason
degrees.
let
I
the
made that statement.
Nigerian talk.
Tell us about your white degrees.
What's his name? Atticus, shut up. Atticus, shut up, man. The
I mean,
reason
I
I
want to
made
hear
that
about
statement is this.
Irish BA, or was it a BSc? Irish BSc, a BA.
I done a BA and an MBA. I got 2
Oh,
BAs and an MBA. So keep quiet.
actually, so in
Keep
the
quiet.
arts, not
No,
in the
just keep quiet.
sciences. So nothing science, just art. Okay.
In social politics,
Oh,
and business. So keep
okay.
quiet.
So what did that
Keep
get you? Are
quiet.
you a social worker?
No, you know what he got me?
Never
He got
forget,
me
Brian.
talking to
Never
you. He
forget,
got me
Brian. Hey,
talking to
Brian, what
you
do you
on
have to add to
YouTube.
this, man? What do you have to add, Brian?
Just a question.
Brian, what do you have?
All right,
Sorry
okay,
about that,
okay.
Kifaru.
So yeah, I'll bring you guys back, man. If we want to talk, I think if you have your own issues out of this YouTube, or if you've met in some other panels, we just want to keep it. We want to talk about the Pan African Alliance. I think if you have a better idea, if you have a better way of doing things, better than the Pan African Alliance, or if you see what the Pan African Alliance is doing that you think is wrong, then we should. That's what we're talking about. I don't know if you know about the Pan African Alliance. Yeah.
Kifaru, listen, right? You have to
Okay.
consider people's
That,
capacity.
okay.
You have to consider people's capacity. You understand what I mean? And some can go further and some can go low, but there's something we can all do. You understand? There's something we can all do at once. Some can go faster, some can kill, and some can go and die for the country. But there's something we can all do, and which is to contribute to at least a feeling, a demand, of something like that, or mood. You understand what I mean? So that to do what the fucking Russians did to achieve the results again. Yes, eventually it will lead to us actually standing up and fighting, but it first has to begin somewhere. You know, for the people to actually start feeling like they're patriotic, that they want their country back, they want their freedom back. It's gonna start somewhere, just like it happened in Mali. You know, fortunately for Mali, it hasn't resulted in war yet and all that stuff. I mean, they've had to stand their ground with that, but we have to recognize there will be war at some point, but it has to start from somewhere. You know, that feeling of wanting to be free, that feeling of wanting to take back control of your country, that should be made emboldened and more stronger. You understand what I mean? It starts from
The
there,
war
and I
with
think
who?
all of us
The
in our
war
own
with who?
capacity can do that.
Insidious. War with who? War with who?
No. What I mean is, when it comes down to it, you will face a situation where you are going to be facing the West and their own means in fighting for wanting your own freedom. Basically, you will be facing them. You understand what I mean? It's just fortunately for Mali, they haven't faced France because they've increased their security and they've hired more experts and all that stuff. So France hasn't bulged in yet. They haven't done yet because it will show example to other countries. So they're very, very, very cautious about that. But don't mistake that these people, they will fail. You understand? So we have to recognize
that let me pick up from there, right? The reason I called into the show was different. I wanted to say this because on this YouTube panels, we enough people talk about revolutions and the essence of revolution within the social, political, and economic enfranchisement of African people. It's not about the revolution. I hate when I hear people, regular, secular people who have never gone through any bit of wars in their life before, come here and talk about revolution like they know what they're talking about. look, be prepared for it. Like Dad just said, we have at the point because we have to be prepared for it because the wars are inevitable. That's one thing. The original reason I called into this panel is this, right? I heard the brother talking about Nigeria earlier on, but I'll get to that in a second. But when Icon Fire was telling you just now about African continent and the countries, and when he was asking the question about how about you look after Jamaica and not Jamaica look after you or Jamaica look after yourself, Icon Fire is actually giving you a pathology, a rightful pathology of how we should act as a socio-political and economic progressive unit. Let me tell you this. Jamaica is Africa's property. No part of Africa is Jamaica's property. Do you get what I'm saying? We, as a continent, where of course they are indigenous of the continent. They are originally from there. If you know what I mean, you don't know what I mean, right? We are the ones that have the ultimate conquest towards gaining Jamaica as a political consentor. If we don't do that, other countries are going to do that. We should be fighting over Jamaica, not Jamaica fighting over us, because they are from us.
Dog. That's true.
They are
But
from
how can
us.
you be fighting for Jamaica if my own country is not stable?
That's what I'm saying. Like what we're speaking about is not about economics and politics alone. It's about military as well. We must be prepared for some blood, sweat, and thunder. What I'm saying, oh Jesus, what?
Let
That,
me give you this perspective, Mad Dog. The state we live in, we have nation states, Black Americans, Caribbeans, and all that kind of stuff. So I've come down to the conclusion: no matter how much you may want to reach out to these people, the issue is happening in Africa. Majorly, it's happening in Africa, and Africa is the main place that needs to be resolved, right? So some of these people have strong patriotic feelings about their country. You know, some Americans have very, very strong feelings about where they come from, and you can't.
let me cut you off. Let me cut you off. Let me cut you off. I'm going to tell you this. These people are a political instrument. If you don't make use of them, another group of people are going to make use of them. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? That's why I'm saying that the battle is so uphill. We have to be prepared and strap our boots for it. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I said, like this is this is the expression I like to use I like to use most times. It's blood, sweat, and thunder. Do you get what I'm saying? They are political instruments. I have to be able to monopolize them to our own advantage, not other people doing it, because they are off us. Do you know what I mean? Jamaica should not be fighting for anything. We should be fighting for them, because if you don't use them, the English are going to use them. Do you get what I'm saying? The Americans are going to use them.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But
so it's just what is like when Icon Fire asked you lot on the panel that you guys should be fighting over Jamaica, not Jamaica fighting over Jamaica or fighting over Africa. He was correct, because that's the realistic pathology of life, especially in politics. Do you know what I mean? So
Brian, I got to agree with you. I agree with you. Yes, you got to make use of other people. I agree with you with making use of them. But I guess it's a case of finding use in a people, especially with American cohort, finding use in them as well. How useful can they be, and how much should you depend on them as well? Because as I say, some of them are patriotic, and they could be they could be like insiders and all that stuff. So you have to be cautious with that.
Yeah, I know. I get what you're saying. And I get what you're saying. And even if, like, let's look at the Black American social demography as a whole, right? I think they're the epitome of sellouts, if you get what I'm saying. They're the epitome of sellouts. I don't really think there's a lot of potential coming out of there. Maybe there could be economic potential. Other than that,
I think
that's it. There's not a lot of political. There's not a lot of political potential.
You know, so
yeah. So look, we have other bodies all around the face of the planet. Look, the highest, the largest African diaspora in the West is in Brazil, and those men they practice more of African religion than any other religion. That's an instrument that we can maximize as well. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's not all about African Americans. African Americans they tend to be the more popular ones. It doesn't mean that they're the real deal. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's how life
I agree in a way. because also the Brazilians are also in the BRICS nations as well, so they could be quite useful with how the world is moving in this way. But in any case, I don't want people to start thinking more dependent on anybody. I guess I'm coming down to think that way when you are dependent or you feel like you need someone, that's when it shows there's a sign of weakness there. There's a weakness there that you feel inadequate, that somehow you need these people. So we need to get rid of that weakness and all that. If these people are to join, they can join us in a place where not where they are there to feel an inadequacy, because that is a major thing that could be taken advantage of.
And let me say this.
I see Jamaica as a sovereign nation. You understand? I know what you're saying, but I see Jamaica as a sovereign nation. There are a lot of Jamaicans that don't even believe they're Africans. Okay, so how do you go to those group of people with your African mindset and tell them, I'm coming to liberate you and bring you to Africa? They'll tell you, oh man, get the hell out of here. Who told you I'm African?
No, that's the difference. It's not about an African mindset. It's an African mission. Do you get me? They don't have to be identified as African. The only reason they're not identified as African is because they've come in contact with more non-African people, and their governments have promoted more political and economic establishment with non-African people than they have done with African people. Do you get what I'm saying? If Africa was a third world continent, it was a first world continent today, like Europe and the America, and they were able to match America and Europe toe to toe for economic and political activities. Just imagine the level of identification that Jamaica will have for us. They will have that level of identification because they see a hope there. You have to remember, like I said again, it's nothing personal. It's not about personal ideology or personal thinking. What I'm saying is that these people are political instruments, and we have to use them because they are important. Do you know what I mean? Like, they don't have to identify with us. We have to manipulate. We have to manipulate.
Kifaru is not needs useful. Sorry.
No. What I'm saying is this. Let me finish this. Let me finish the answer. Let me finish the answer, Daphne Kifaru. Let me finish the answer. What I'm saying is this, right? They might not identify with us, but if we reach out to them and we establish enough lending hand or help whatsoever with them, we can gather their political consensus, which we can use towards our social, political, and economic enfranchisement and development. That's it. If there are political instruments, and we must look into maximizing that instrument that we have in the Caribbean, and that's them and other nations as well. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely got what you're saying, Brian. But let me pose this as do you feel that the fact that you feel you need them is kind of a way of you feeling a gap where you feel inadequate, where you feel not strong? Or is it because, or wouldn't it be better for you to kind of say, I feel weak around here, let me make it stronger, let me defend it, let me fortify it? But instead you're reaching out to them. Do you feel like you're kind of trying to feel an inadequacy by being dependent?
I don't feel that at all. I do not feel that at all. Do you want to know why? Because we do not have 3.5 million Gambians on the Caribbean island. We do not have 2.5 million Gabonese on the Caribbean islands. Those are the people that we have over there that we can exploit, we can use. Let's use them. And in return, they have some benefits as well as much as we have benefits. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, I get you. Let me tell you a little bit how I intend to partition the Pan-African Alliance. I believe any country that is interested to be part of the Pan-African Alliance or the whole African movement, they should have their representative. Like their government should be Pan-African, like alliance. They should be the one. They should have a section of Pan-African Alliance in those various countries, including Jamaica, including America, because they will be the one to make it easier for us to come together. You understand what I'm talking about? If they already have a section of the Pan-African Alliance in Jamaica, in America, then it's easier for us to work like with those group of people. Those countries are sovereign nations, and we can't deny.
Thank you for letting me back in. I appreciate Mr. Sword, Mr. Nigerian. I appreciate you because I needed somebody with some logical understanding to see that I'm not bullshitting. This is what I have to say, right? I want to say this about Africa and the Caribbean. Do you know that we in the Caribbean think that people think like Kifiro? Like you don't care about us. Do you know we think that way? Like Africa don't give a fuck about us.
What did I say that you made me think I don't?
So you think so you're saying that Africa is not going to be like, oh, Caribbean people, you want this, you want that, hold this, hold that. You feel me? What do you think we're gonna do? What do you think we're gonna do? Hold on. Africa, buy some cruise ship and be like, oh, this is for you, Caribbean. You can cruise around your Caribbean island with that. You think we wouldn't be glad? You think we wouldn't be like, oh shit? You feel me? Do you know we think you weak as fuck? Sorry. Do you know we think you weak? Do you know that's how the Caribbean think? So you know what I'm saying, that Africa needs to grow some balls and mess with the Caribbean and mess with the Polynesian island. You all act like y'all just oblivious of the whole rest of the world. All of you just looking north. All of you just looking north. All you all do is look north.
Do they have militaries in the Caribbean? It's a good question.
Yeah.
Do you have military I can fire? I've got no idea.
Yes, they have militaries. They are small.
Ah, small. Okay.
Okay, this is the thing. I can fire. You see what the president of Barbados is doing? She's not crying. Oh, I want Africans to come take over Barbados. She's making a country to have economic relationship with Africa. I think that's the best option, and they will not reject her. You know, put us in the
you know. All right.
Put on the African business.
Can I explain something? Can I explain something? You all just see things dry just bare. That's how y'all see things, like bare. Y'all don't have psychology. Y'all don't think psychological. That woman is a fan of Bob Marley. It is Rastafari that gave her knowledge. And that's because, and I'm just saying, that's just because Rastafari is agitating for black power. It has affected her in her upbringing. So wait. So
abandon the country and come to Africa. She's trying to keep her country and have economic relationship with Africa. And I think that is a good thing.
What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
She just don't want to abandon Barbados.
So what?
She has a sovereign country. Yeah. So she's trying to be with she's trying to create economic relationship with Africa. And I think Jamaica should be doing the same thing. You should be doing the same thing.
Mr. Nigerian. You hear Kifero? Isn't he hold on, you hear Kifero, Mr. Nigerian? Doesn't he have it wrong? Who was talking about abandonment?
No, he doesn't. You're just not listening to him.
Yeah. People them. Let me say this, right?
What is wrong about that lions and sword?
Nobody said anything about abandoning anything.
No. Look, they're trying to make strategic alliances because they know their future and where their future lies. And the most important thing about the future is about the political and economic progression of their people. They know where it lies. They know that in the West, it doesn't lie in the West because the West wants
hold on. It is not. Hold on.
You get what I'm saying?
One second, Mr. Nigerian. One second.
Going forward, they know that. Let me say this. Let me say this. They know that they need a new and more reliable and more substantial, and I'm going to come back to this word, more substantial, right? More substantial strategic alliances from an economic and political progression going forward in the future. Now, the reason I say more substantial is this: some group of people who they and their future are tied together. Their future are not tied together with the European people, the Asian people. It's tied together with the African people. Do you get what I'm saying? That is why they're making those steps.
Yeah, I think that's why Kifaru said is that it's a good thing that they're reaching out to Africa and trying to get trade deals going on with each other so that they can trade. And I don't think that's a bad thing, you know.
But in return, Africans need to understand the essence of that as well. They need to understand, they accept the importance and significance to them from an economic and political perspective. It's not about Barbados and Jamaicans and the Caribbean countries reaching out to us. It's about us establishing those relationships with them as well.
Listen. The Africans think we are. The Africans think we are insignificant. The African,
No. You have the sick region of the African Union. It's your people. What do you want? They've made you the sick region of the African Union. That is a big step. What you want to
but Kifara,
let me take the next step. Hold on. I can't. Let me nip this in the bud. Let me tell you the next step, Kifaru. The next step is for Africa as a continent, or maybe West African region, where the Caribbean people are descendants of, or the AU, the African Union as a whole, to make sure that there's a travel-free zone between African countries and Caribbean countries, where the people that the so-called six regionists, America and the Caribbean, can travel to the continent for free and live and work there for free without needing any work. And we find needed any work permit or visas at all, like Europe does. That's what Europe does, bro. It's nothing new. So don't say for free.
I get you, but that will be easier. That will be easier if we can do it first in the continent, because that's the bigger piece of the pie.
But the Caribbean, the African diasporans are part of the pie as well, so they have to be added up onto it. Whereas
good. So they're not special, right? They're just the same. Like
no, they're not special. They're one of us. That's what I'm saying. They're not special. They're one of us. That's why we have to understand the necessity of establishing these relationships with them. Do you get what I'm saying?
Question.
You have to be able to invest.
You want to copy the European model?
We have to copy it because they've set the standard for political progression. And if we do not do it, they will always have a political and economic.
I think we should take a piece. I think we should take a piece of all of the models. Piece of socialism, piece of democracy, and piece of communism.
What?
What I mean is
let me say this.
This is madness.
No, what I mean is parts. Like everything that's good, you take it and leave everything that's bad. Everything that works for Africa, you take it and leave everything that's bad.
How we accept that? We need to build our own model. But we might take
exactly.
That's true.
Yeah, but you're not going to do listen. No reason for reinventing the wheel. You're not going to do anything much different anyway. All you need is
buy some bleach. Buy some bleach and just become like them. Buy some bleach and get it over with.
What you mean?
I can hold on. Let me say this. And them man, hold on. Let me say this, man. Well, I'm gonna say this, right? I'm speaking about models. I had a brother on the panel earlier on talking about Nigeria. I didn't listen to too long, and it was an example about Nigeria breaking up to different tribes or different nation states and all them stuff there. I'm gonna say this, right? You see, the reason why breaking up will not work for a lot of African people is because we're trying to break up to the model of the European people, but we're not Europeans though.
Yeah,
it's common sense. we have different dynamics and different dimensions that pretty much precede over our society.
So
And
if we're not going to break up, where should we go?
The behavior of the people as a group. Let me tell you this, people, them. What I'm going to say is this. Whether or not we succeed into different nations or smaller nations, which I think is economically befitting to us, or our dynamics as stand these days, the psychology of us as a group of people does not help us any way, shape, or form whatsoever. The brother was making an example about Yoruba people. If Yoruba will succeed from Nigeria because they're over 20 million or whatsoever. Look, Yoruba people are not looking only to succeed from Nigeria. They're looking to succeed with other groups of people that are not part of their tribe as well. Why are they doing this? It's because those tribes are smaller in numbers, and the handlers of the secession movement, they feel like they can promote those tribes to the rest of the world as being part of their tribe. So therefore, what happens when you promote, when you do that, when you succeed with other groups of people's lands as part of yours, you control the land and you control the resources. So you want that land and the resources to build your own nation. However, you've never ever proven throughout history, whether it be recent history or much further history, to prove that you are able to cater to the needs of that people as a nation state or as a nation group. That's the problem that us African people have. And I was having this conversation with one of my an Ivorian brother that I work with in the last few days. I was saying the problem why even if most of African countries succeed, the reason why we will not succeed political and economic from political and economic perspective, even though we succeed from our greater nations, is because we have a perverse mind. We do not think from an African perspective. Our psychology and mentality has been polluted.
Ubuntu.
Think like
we don't think Ubuntu.
Yeah, exactly. We do not. You don't think as ourselves. We think like different people. So we believe that we can do what the Chinese or the Asians have done by seceding into different nations, and the larger group suppress the smaller groups and take their resources and develop the continent, develop their country, and we can just move on like that. No, that's not how it's done. You have to be more critical than that. And the reason why secession will not be successful for Nigerians is because when we succeed and move into our respective nations, you're going to see that same pathology manifest itself again. It's going to manifest itself. People are going to start suppressing others. And what happens? This creates insurgency in the nations. And the next thing you know, we're another Sudan. So there's no point.
Exactly. That's what I say. Succession is not the way forward as well. Like as
So,
you've pointed
so
out.
what you're really saying is Nigeria is good the way it is.
No,
it's not. I'm not saying it's good the way it is.
No, I think it's good. I think it's good.
I can't. Hold on, bro. Hold on. What I'm gonna say is, whether we move forward as one Nigeria or we do not move forward as one Nigeria, the mentality and the psychology as a group of people needs to change. You understand what I'm saying?
Succession is not the way forward as well. And in the states that we exist in, they're not enough to compete with the bigger powers around the world. And even East Africa is kind of moving towards regionalism. North Africa is moving towards that way. I think regionalism will be better because we can integrate our infrastructure, integrate our legislative system, integrate our judicial system. So it means the same thing anyways. So that way, smaller tribes can feel more represented rather than in the nation that they are trapped with bigger nations, bigger tribes. All that stuff.
Exactly.
So
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
We agree.
This smaller tribes. I can hold on. Hold on, bro. God's sake. What I'm saying, these guys, they have to feel represented. I don't know why Africans don't get that in their thick flipping brains.
Brian, the reason is
if they don't, they will raise hell on the nation.
Brian, we Africans feel a lot of loyalty and patriotism to their tribes because they have something about it. They have affiliation with it.
I'm going to tell you this.
Hold on, Brian. Hold on. These artificial nations, we don't believe in them. We don't believe in these artificial nations. So the only
I
time
don't
we can
believe that.
believe in something is something we create ourselves. Something
No,
we create ourselves and maintain.
I don't believe that, brother. Let me tell you this, I'm from Nigeria. Growing up, I never knew a thing about
Wait,
tribalism.
did you get Dav's point, Mad Dog? Did you get what?
I know, I get his point. I'm going to address his point right now.
Yeah, but Darth is Gambian and he loves to be a Gambian.
Jesus.
What is this guy talking about? What are you talking
His
about?
His point is this, right? I can hold on. That point is that
hold on. What are you talking about? I can fire. What are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying that a lot of
Jesus, come on, people. Hold
on. Talking about Gambia, I can fire.
Let me explain. I'm just saying that Gambian people love to be Gambian now. I mean, they do have their tribe, but they do love being a Gambian, right?
I suppose. I guess they like being a Gambian, but they could be better
okay,
if they were
let me piggyback.
But anyways, yeah.
Let me piggyback off that point. Like Icon said, people do love their tribes. However, they love being Gambian. Let me tell you something. Nigerians, whether you like to believe it or not, they love their tribes and they feel an affinity towards their tribes. However, they love being Nigerian. Trust me, bro. Growing up, I never knew a thing about tribalism.
They will die for Nigeria.
Exactly. I never knew a thing about tribalism until I grew up and started learning a lot of new information. The reason I say is this, right? The pollution that we have is not about people having a connection to their tribe. It's about people having a hierarchy of tribal significance that have been created and established by non-African. Hold on. I'm telling you this. The reason why Nigeria will not succeed and be successful as a nation, and it's not successful now as a United Nation, is because there are certain tribes in the country that feel like they're important than other tribes, and they have to be developed than other tribes because of the establishment that have been done by colonial powers. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the problem. A lot of us will feel like we're better. Like you said, the smaller tribes, they have to feel an importance and part, and the role that they play in the nations have to be acknowledged as well. They have to publicly acknowledged. A lot of African tribes are not doing this in their respective nations. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the reason we are where we are, and that's the reason secession will not be successful, and as United Nations are not successful now because the mentality and psychology needs to change.
Brian, let me pose something to you. Do you think Yorubas are more willing to die for Yoruba land on Yoruba home rather than Nigeria itself? Do you think Fulanis are more willing to die for their own Fulani kingdom, or the Northerners are more willing to die for their lifestyle than Nigeria itself? So you see what I'm saying? The people have more.
Yeah, Daf, let me answer your question.
Hold on, let me finish.
Let me answer your question.
Let me finish.
Go on. Yeah, go on.
In a state of chaos, like these Europeans have got us entrapped, people become individualistic in a state of chaos. It's like every man for himself. When every man is for himself and they become very corrupt. When they become corrupt, they try to look for opportunities to steal and all that stuff. But if they try to steal and take. So that's another way of not being loyal and patriotic to your country. Another way to show patriotism is to die for your country. So are Nigerians willing to die for Nigeria? Are Nigerians willing to sacrifice their own gain for Nigeria? You understand? This is not just Nigeria, it's across all African countries.
I think Darf says this, where you piggied it to a whole nother aspect of the conversation. When I say aspect of the conversation, I mean the conversation being political and economic development or progression. But let me answer your question. The first statement you made. More Yorubas in Nigeria and more tribes from the south are willing to die. Like tribes from the south would be like Yoruba, Ijaws, Urobo Shupisoko, Igbo people. You know them tribes there, Calabars. Those are the tribes from the south. They are willing to put their lives on the line for Nigeria more times than they're willing to put their lives on the line for their tribes. Because of because of the
The
socialization
protection,
because of the socialization that we've had a socialization as a group of people, and that group is the Nigerian group of people. Nigeria is the name of that group. If you go
and
up to the
then
north,
it
it's
protects
different
every
because
tribe.
up north, they are meant to be feared, most especially within the elite. They are meant to believe that they are meant to be the controllers of the country because there is a neo-colonial power that's been passed, or neo-colonial authority that has been passed onto them. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's quite different. However, going to your ultimate point is this: I do not believe that Africans in general are ready to die for their nations. Why? Because their nations are not shit. They do not believe that their nations will replenish the efforts that they have given to their country. So why would they die for it? They are not wrong. Their nations have not done them the due diligence that they deserve. Do you get what I'm saying? So these Africans are not wrong. They're not wrong for it.
So I'm a mad dog. Who are the ones in those nations that have to do that? Who?
Is the okay from a more realistic, no, not realistic, but from a more southern perspective, is the politicians that are meant to do that. That are meant to pay that due diligence. That due diligence is meant to see
are
the
already
people.
corrupt and greedy.
What I'm saying, listen to me.
Go
The
on.
politicians are meant to do that. Those efforts that they put in would lead to the socio-economic and political development of the people. However, from a realistic perspective, the politicians are not doing it now. So what happens? The people have to do it themselves. There has to be a revolutionary group that rises up and do it themselves. So that's meant to I don't know who else is a revolutionary on this panel. I am one.
We came back
So
to the same conclusion.
Me, Daf, and Kifaru is left to us to do it, to organize however we want to organize, get onto the continent however we want to get onto the continent, and do these things. Influence the people. Make sure that the steps we take affect the people's everyday's lives from positively. We affect the people's everyday's life positively.
But without
that's the only way they do not give up. Hold on. That's the only way they don't give up on us. Do you know what I'm saying? If we don't do that, they will give up on us. It's as simple as that.
You're saying it's going to take the people at the end of the day, Brian.
Exactly.
It's the people now. It's the people. Realistically, it's the people.
What do you say? What do you say I can fire?
About what?
Where is it going to take to actually build this kind of feeling of solidarity or even integration or even produce the results we want in Africa? Is it going to be the people, the big elite money, or is it going to be just a bunch of the military? Which one?
I'm glad you said that, man. You see me? So you see, I know the condition of the type of condition your mind have to be in order to get African cohesion going on. You feel me? But so in order to do that, you have to be what you'd call witty. You have to be nifty. You have to act smart, be smart about it. That means you can figure, okay, you can do it in a radical way. You feel me? But what you really have to do is educate the people in a Black conscious Pan-African way. But how to do it? That's how
we can take. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm saying yes, that's true. That's another. It's like people tend to think it's just one prong thing that we're all gonna do to actually address this issue. Like I can find that there's something that is crucial to you, so you can definitely choose to push towards that. You know what I mean? You can push towards that to address it. It all falls in together.
I understand totally what you. I agree totally with what you're saying because it's multifaceted. It's a lot of different things. We need mechanics. We need tailors. We need plumbers. We need dressmakers. We're gonna need everybody to do everything.
But I want to say one thing.
But hold on. The thing is, we already have super educated people. Hold on, that are useless. You feel me? So how do you deal with something like that? You have to address the education system so we do not graduate idiots.
Yeah. Right.
Listen. All right. If we don't do that, say okay, we just gonna concentrate on Africa having good roads and everybody get this same education and everybody get rich and all that. Y'all be shooting up each other in a minute. You feel me? In a minute, you all will be. Hold on.
All right, you answered that. I want to ask a question, Brian. There is the revolutionary way might lead to blood and all that stuff, right? Which we might need to take radical. But in the meantime, is there a more kind of less resistant, like with a path with least resistance that we can take both onto our own personal life and to our own collective, our own individual life and to collective? Can we take a least resistant way? Do we have to be radical from the get-go? Brian, what do you think? What's the path of
we have to be radical. I can ask me a question. Let me answer it, bro. We have to be radical from the get-go, bro. You get me?
So they group.
We have to be radical. We have to be radical from now. You have to be radical from now until the walls of Jericho fall down flat. You get me?
Okay.
That's the only way.
No. Hold on.
We have to be. We do not have the luxury to afford anything else.
Mad dog. We gotta be. I think yes. Let me tell you, we should not abandon being radical. But this is what we need to do. We need to think. So you don't have helicopter gunships. You don't have all these bombs. You don't have all. So you actually have to fight a soft war. So this is why I concentrate on these things, because it's a soft war. Because none of us can manage a real hard war. You feel me? So what I'm trying to tell you, it's easier to address this thing where you can like Mad Dog and Kefiro, both of you are rich. All you have to do is like butter, like you can butter people's mouth. You use their greed on them. So you address the Ministry of Education and sponsor them with shit and bribe them in terms of, I want you to present to make let them learn some African consciousness and put a Marcus Garvey book in there and make them read that shit. You feel me? Slightly you doing it. You feel me? But what gonna come out is smart people. You feel me? So it might look like you're not doing nothing. You feel me? But what you're doing is bribing the education system, in which you infiltrate in the education system, which is a British formulation, but you don't want to reinvent the wheel. So what you do is use the wheel. You feel me? And put your load on the goddamn wheel. You understand? So what you do is what's missing in our education is the lack of our own history. You feel me? So if anybody without their history is like a tree without roots.
Yeah. Okay, guys. I think we've gone across my time here. Yeah, so I'll be closing.
Kifaru,
Yeah.
I want to hear from you as well. Kifaru.
Yes.
Is there a path? Kifaru, hold on.
I ain't convincing nobody of nothing. I just keep talking. That's it. Bless.
Thank you, Akafire. Kifaru,
Thank you.
A path of least resistance we can take in this? We know we're gonna have to be radical at some point, but is there a path we can take both individually and collectively that will give us least resistance to get to where we need? As in when study electricity and all that kind of
Yes,
stuff.
okay. This is what I think. Like, to me, according to my plan in the Pan African Alliance, if we can get the mind of the military, if we can actually make them be a part of this movement, then there'll be like little less resistance. But if it's just civil society, there'll be some people who try to go fight the military, there'll be resistance. I think if we can make the military be on our side, then there'll be like little resistance. That's what, if you look at Mali, these people are not fighting the military. You understand?
Nope.
They have like
Nope.
successful coups and no one died. There was not even a gunshot because it was
Nope.
just the military that was in charge. So if we can make the military be part of us, be part of the Pan African Alliance, then we are on a good foot. That's what I see. I
But
think that's
the
the way.
military sensed the frustration of the people. It sensed the frustration of the people and said, you know what? These people are suffering enough. It's time to get moving. How did they do that? Because the Russians pumped enough propaganda into those countries and pumped to just change the mood against France. That's something we can do from an external media point of view. It's something we can do as well. Like when we communicate to people back home in Africa. And in fact, the internet will grow so much that many people in Africa will have access to your channels and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's a way we can move forward slowly, and not just the one way, but there's other ways people can do things as well.
Yeah, because I don't really like violence. I've not seen, like, it has never been successful in Africa using violence to gain independence.
And
At the
the
end of
path
the day,
of money,
people will
the path
fight,
of
but
money, the path of money, Kifaru, and the path of money is whoever has more money than you is gonna advantage in this situation over you. Like they could just sponsor somebody else over. They could just give somebody else, like this. Give me a lot of money, and I get into PPA, and I start to subvert it internally or get into a country. So if we go around the money route, we lose. Just like if we go around if we truly accept capitalism for it, or just being open to this Western world, they have more money, they will win. So it's going to be changing the political state that we exist in. You understand? If that's changed, then we can actually, it gives us more power to pull different type of levers to kind of move us in the way we want, to pull so many levers and all that. Any kind of situation will be started. So it's not that Africans are stupid, or it's not that Africans are lacking this. They know what they have to do, but they're not doing it because the current elite leaders, they don't have the priorities in Africa. You understand what I mean? So they either care about themselves, their own individual gain, or they only care about what their masters are saying over there. So can you blame them? So I think there's things we can do ourselves on an individual basis or on a collective basis that has less resistance, but with acknowledging that we're gonna have to get down and dirty at some point. So that's why I agree with Brian there.
Okay, Darf, let me ask you this question. What are examples of the things that you think that we can carry out individually?
Say that again.
What are the examples of the operations that you think we can carry out individually?
Okay, operations that we can carry out individually. Okay, in terms of something that I guess I can put Kifaru, something that is creating this channel. I suppose there's not enough of us creating channels. Like, okay, let me say something like me that I can do perhaps is create my own channel and all that kind of stuff. Maybe on Facebook, I see a lot of people in Gambia and all that kind of stuff try to preach it. You will get challenges. You will definitely get a lot of pushback, a lot of challenges and all that stuff. So contributing in the media in Africa, contributing in that, like Tunaja also does, where he participates in Nigerian politics and he questions leaders. We can all do these things from an individual point of view, and we can also do it from a collective point of view in CIA. Go on.
Tunaja ain't doing shit, blood. Tunaja is not doing fuck all. He's just
Okay. That's a subjective.
That's a subjective view. Tunaja. Yeah, that's a Tunaja. I was just joking. But yeah, look, no,
that's a subjective
you made it clear to me. Yeah. No, I understand. It's a more subjective view of the words of that. Let me say this, right?
Yeah.
Like me myself, I'm not fully into it yet because we have certain barriers to entry. They have to break within certain markets to make this possible. But in Nigeria, especially where I'm from, in the Niger Delta region, in the deep south, and what we're trying to do is that we're trying to there's a business enterprise, it's agriculture. There's a business enterprise and agriculture that I'm trying to break into, and we are trying to maneuver ourselves through the legalities of tax mitigations. What we're trying to do is that we sell products, but because we believe that in business, if we make it a business, it'll be more prosperous than it is being a charity. So instead of us donating money or remittance money that we make from the West, we want to create a business that we build and we help with the profits of that business to develop the community throughout waste management, electricity, which is a massive goal for us in the next few years. Security,
I agree.
in addition to the security. However, we're going to do that through tax mitigation and certain, let's say, it's not necessarily charity, but we're going to donate from our profits. Do you get what I'm saying? To the government.
This is a
because
thing.
none of us individually need that money. So we're looking forward to that as well. And for people that are listening, that's something you can do as well. Do you know what I mean? Even if it's a little thing like waste management, sweeping the streets, like cleaning gutters, and building a waste management infrastructure, you can do that as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think the business aspect of it as well, it's quite important. Otherwise, you don't want to be dusty talking here online and you're not doing something for yourself. I always look at it like this. Capitalism is good in the sense that let's say something in Africa doesn't have a school. Like there's no school and the school is lackluster. So you come there, you invest your money to scale the size of education. At the same time, you scale the size of education. At the same time, you have a lot of power in what curriculum is taught in that school. So you invest your money. Yeah. You're gaining from that. You're becoming rich from that because that's your business. And at the same time, you're choosing what curriculum is taught. If it's a pan-africanist type of curriculum, that's a good thing. You understand what I mean? And you're giving people an opportunity. If you can help yourself, you can help a lot of other people. So I'm not choosing to say anybody to go be dusty and all that stuff. So yeah.
And Dav, look at this, listen to this, right? The more you help your community, the more influence you gain within your community. The more influence you gain within your community, the more leeway and resources you can gain from your local government. Therefore, you can gain more resources from your state government and also from your federal government. This all comes with time. However, we need to be able to invest the time and effort and sacrifices to what we want to achieve. If we actually want to achieve this.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You see, when you speak, you always fall back to the government. To me, that is the core. That is where we need to make the change from. You understand? You might have the best idea. You might have the best idea. I'm not going to lie you. You might be the best philanthropist in your area. But if the government policies in your area is not good, if you don't have the best government officials, they will frustrate you.
Let me tell you this. The average European and American is not walking the streets or living their daily lives having these conversations that we are having. Do you know the reason why? It's because their governments have taken care of business to the point where they don't have to worry about that. Until our governments have the people in place, or until we put those people in place, we as ordinary people, we have to look after that business. So that's why I keep falling back to the government. Because when the time comes, the ultimate goal is to have the right people in government.
Yeah.
So yes.
Yeah, I agree. So Kifaru, you see why in my debate I was trying to address the leadership question, because going to list down all these things that we need to do and all that stuff without addressing the leadership issue was just going to result in somebody telling me, what if the leader is this and this corrupt and all that stuff. So I said the best way to go about it is to make sure we control the political mood in Africa. It's not about mindset. We control the mood just like the Russians did to achieve the results they did. So I don't think if the Russians can do it, the Turkish are doing it in this information warfare. What are we doing? So we have to raise our own voice as well, and Africans need to gravitate to where we're going as well. So I'm not encouraging anybody to not to go into business. Like I'm personally into my own business.
Of course.
I'm also into my own stuff. So I can only talk like this because I have the freedom and time to be able to talk like this as well. I can only be useful to any movement or any organization if I am not dusty to myself. I can only be useful to somebody if I can help myself. So it takes those kind of stuff and all that.
I want to tell you, I've endeavored in so many business in Africa. I failed before I'm doing what I'm doing. There was one time, I was in the West here, so I went to this they call it shop. It was vegan shop. No, vegan, maybe like vegan in all these natural products. And these people were selling some cocoa tea. They would take the raw cocoa seeds, they grind it, and they just make some fasting. It tastes nice. So I went to them. They had this 1 kilo of cocoa bags, and I asked them, "How much do you buy this bag, bro?" It was like 30 euros for that 1 kilo, and that amount of money I can get 100 kilos. In my country, like a big bag of cocoa beans, like in my town. I said, this is a good business. And she said, yeah, if you can provide that things for us, we don't have no problem buying it from you. I said, Ben, I'm going to be rich. I said, this is what I needed. I called people back home. This guy, I knew him. He was a cocoa farmer. I said, bro, there's business. You're going to be rich. Okay. Prepare me 5 cocoa bags, like 100 kg each of them. They were big bags. Bro, that was the easier part. To export that thing out of Cameroon, I need a French company to give me the license to stamp it. You can't imagine. I got frustrated. Like when you do your best and you reach at a certain point, then you're stuck because the government policy does not protect you. And that business like that had to die. And they give those business to special people. And you said they need money. You have to bribe these people so much amount of money to have this license. And it is a French license because they want all the cocoa in Cameroon to be sent to Holland and France. They don't want it to go again from. You understand? It is word control, and sometimes most of these companies you see, you go there, you meet Cameroonians, but they're not even working for the country. They're working for French people, and I was so embarrassed. That was a clear business, and the Frenchman will come, they give them this license, and they take advantage over us. So the policymakers, people who are doing these things, that the problem. And these people, they get bribed, they live well individually. Maybe they've given them the money, they build your house, they don't care. It's just they just see the money. Those are the kind of policies that you would try to do. Even the latest business, we had to register that business in this country. I'm not gonna lie, we had to do it in the back, like you understand, backwardly to reduce the tax. We had to lie how much we think we can make a month, because the system is not just there to help people. So that's why I say, well, we need to be in charge of this politics that's making these laws to make it. Yeah.
I think a situation like what happened in Mali will be what is required to remove Paul Biya. I'm telling you, the people and the military have to rise up against him. That is going to take a situation like that.
Paul Biya,
if we ourselves can generate something to kind of replicate that situation as well, I think it will do a lot good. In fact, I would rather prefer some kind of dictatorship to a certain extent.
Hold on,
because
hold
on, Brian, hold on. The democratic route means you're open to Western influence and Western finances as well to take part in and supersede, to take part and kind of subvert your democratic and electoral process. You understand me? So we're too open for that, because that's why they had us adopt democracy. They had to adopt democracy so that they can also subvert and interject in it with their own money for their own people, for their own campaigns. So that's why they tell us to go for capitalism, because capitalism gives them advantage over the world, because capitalism only benefits those who have advantage. So the whole world goes that way while they keep moving one step forward. Democracy, opening yourself up to public, so it's all these things that they sell to us as well. So I'm also a bit wary of dictatorship, because you don't know where it's gonna go. So but it's just that's why this debate that I had with Kezo back and forth, I can see both angles of what benefit the one has and what disadvantage one has and all that stuff. So like it's a tough one.
So wait, hold on, hang on, Daph, let me say this right. I'm gonna ask Tifaro a question straight. And the reason I asked is because you mentioned something about the Malians kicking the French out of their country. I heard that Burkina Faso are on the verge of doing that as well. The Burkina base on the verge of doing that as well. I can tell you from a Nigerian perspective, the Nigerians are ready to kick their government and everyone that have any power or political influence within their government are the country. Now, there's one reason these people are doing this, from what I've garnered so far, is
I thought with the
because
Nigerian one. Go on.
Jesus, hold on, Dad.
Go on.
I'm gonna say this and I'll be out. Is because the level of standard of living is so bad, the level of poverty is so high, the level of inability to afford a healthy standard of living is so low that people actually understand where they are now as a group of people. They understand that they are not the West. Remember there was a time where Africans they feel like because they have somewhat of social, some sort of global social interaction with the West, or they are tied in with the West via social media and all. They feel like, oh, they are part of the people in the West. Do you know what I mean? Now people are understanding that look, their standard of living on the continent is 100% different than the standard of living outside the continent, most
That's a
especially
good
in the
thing.
West. So people you get what I'm saying? So people are rebelling on the continent on a daily basis. I wanted to know, Affidemos, sorry, this is one person, Affidemos.
Gifaru.
No, I know your name, Gifaru. Is there a problem in Cameroon of such? Is there like a problem of that in Cameroon where people do not understand? Is like the standard of living, is it comfortable enough for the people to be docile enough to not understand that they need to change government?
Yeah. Okay. First of all, Cameroonians, they're not hungry. Understand? There's no problem of footage. People don't complain about hunger. It is not part of the Cameroonian culture. So because of that, there's a lot of docility. There's a lot of food shortage. Okay.
Comfort.
Yeah. Huh?
Go on, Kifar, sorry.
Yeah, so people, because of that, people are a little bit calm. There's always food. You understand? Then the standard of living is not that really high. People can still manage. Like school is almost like free. You understand? People have learned how to live, have accepted to live a really low standard of living, and they're contented. You understand? Because let's say, oh, at least I have my food. There is a CDC, the Cameroon Development Corporation, that can employ almost everyone because they pay them really low wage, but they have something to eat. Then secondly, Paul Biya has taken it as his own personal, I don't know, strategy to make the military live really, really good. You understand? People in the military, they have good pay. They have like really, really good pay.
He's a clever one.
They're well taken care of.
Clever.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
clever.
they're well taken care of. You understand? If they don't pay, they may stop paying the teachers, but they always pay the military. They never, they always have pay rise. And if you leave university, you don't have a job. Just go to EMEA, you become a sub lieutenant. So most of these people, so he understand the people that can actually be against him, they are well taken care of. If you go to EMEA, you see Cameroon like the colonials and the generals. These people look as if they're living in heaven. You understand? So they don't see the reason why to go take out Paul Biya from the seat when he's feeding them. You understand? So they don't have that spirit of nationalism. So it needs to come from somewhere else. It's not going to come from those people.
From the people.
Yes,
it needs to come from the people.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This is the thing, right? The reason I said that is because I kind of feel like the difference with Cameroon, and from what I feel about Cameroon, is that if I get your people, you guys are a little bit too comfortable in their country. Maybe not so bad because I don't mind comfortability within one's nation. Do you get what I'm saying? But I feel like because the nation people are so comfortable in their standard of living, they do not really pay more attention. They're not as rebellious as people in the other countries where they're not comfortable. Like I was on the phone with my brother the other day. We were talking about Nigeria because he lives in Nigeria, and he was saying something about, oh my God, like fuel doesn't even have a price. Do you know how bad your economy has to be for fuel to not even have a price anymore in the country? It's just a black market thing. People are just selling off black markets and stuff like that. So that's one of the problems where I feel like if Cameroon was at that space, there would be more consciousness within the people of the country to actually rebel against the government. Because Cameroon is
But
not
Brian, let
there,
me ask a question.
that's not the case. So that level of consciousness would come from people like Ifaru, myself, and you, Darf. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
with that said,
Exactly.
people, with that said, I need to log off the internet. You all have a good night. Every single one of you, man, on the panel. Okay, it's just me, Darf, and Ifaru on the panel now.
Yeah.
Every single one of you, man, listening on the chat, subscribe to the channel, share the videos, like the thing.
We're growing.
Hold tight, you, man.
We're growing slow
Yeah.
and steadily. We're growing.
Yeah.
100%,
I have to
100%. You don't
agree.
take it easy, yeah?
Yeah, I have to agree
Thanks for
with you.
coming, man. Thanks for coming. Yeah.
I'm gonna say my last bit and go, Kifaru, because I know you gotta go. I have to agree with Brian there as well, right? So with the situation with Cameroon, it's going to take the people being aware of the condition, the state of living. You understand what I mean? So it's gonna take that, and then one military leader is gonna say, you know what? I see a whole bunch of people supporting me here. There's an opportunity for me to gain power here. Actually, that could cause the catalyst to kind of make a change. There's a possibility for that. But for Nigeria to have gotten to the state that it's in, it had to look at the rest of the world and be connected with the rest of the world to compare itself and its standard of living with everybody else around the world. You understand? So if Nigeria I think Nigeria is very, very close. I'm telling you, the people are fully aware of the situation. And I don't know, the military and the government, it's just such a situation. But it's going to take one strong leader in Nigeria to galvanize people and all that stuff. But there's also the tribalism. But if Nigeria was to get better in standard of living, Cameroonians will look at their life and will wake up and look at their life in comparison to Nigerians and see why is it these Nigerians. So Paul B is gonna have to do something, or he's gonna have to get out.
Exactly. Okay. I'm gonna give you the exact reason, and that's why, like the Anglophones who are closer to Nigeria, okay, they're looking at Nigeria. They see how Nigeria is developing. You understand? They want to be like that. But the French Cameroon, the people they see around them, they live better than them. They look at Central African Republic, it's dusty. They look at Chad, it's dusty. They look at Gabon, they are better than them. So they think they are better. You understand? So they don't have anything to compare with. They don't have someone around them that trying to motivate them. You understand? They think they're better, but they're not really better. Like the French Cameroonian is contented with very little.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's the thing somebody made on another thing. We live completely separate worlds. We live in completely separate lives, and it's such a thing. Look at Kifar. Most of African cohesion projects that failed come from the French countries. I'm sorry to say, Kifaru. In West Africa, the ECOWAS failed. Like, let me tell you, Africa came up with the idea of a regional bloc. Europeans have already implemented it and it works, but Africans have not. And then after the Europeans made it work, they made their Francophone countries join one single currency in the CFA. You understand what I mean? And leaving out the Anglophone. So that means they destroyed the potential before then. And when it surfaced again in this 21st century, they actually did the same trick again to destroy it. You understand what I mean? If we don't control it, we will destroy it. We'll kill the idea. So that's what they have with what Ouattara did. He's trying to kill the idea or we control it. So this is what they do. In the Central African Republic, you have the Francophone countries that have also impeded Africa, impeded the region and African Union at that level. These are big nation states. They are actually big. They are numerous and big, and they have a strong vote in the African Union. So these states have always voted alongside the same lines that follows with their master and the West. You understand what I'm saying? So it's very, very tough. It's right now you can see why is East Africa kind of a little bit working and has showing some signs of independence.
I really like that. I think they're moving forward. But it's a new money. You understand? But I'm not gonna diss them. They're doing good. You understand? I think because there's competition. I think it's the presence of the English countries. You understand? They have a different mentality. Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. You understand? They're a little bit different. That's why they can go and help Congo. Congo has been in the Central African region forever, but nothing is happening. You understand? There was not. Well, Central Africa, again, it's just the population is so small. Congo was the biggest one, population-wise. But
but anyways, to end it, what I'm gonna end it with, I think we need to encourage healthy competition, integration, but healthy competition between countries, not physical competition, so the countries can compare themselves to how they are with other ones and all that stuff.
Exactly.
You understand? That way they can see, you know what, maybe I want a little bit best for myself. So we need to encourage that, a little bit of that. But as I say, with every plan, there's always a step to it. You understand what I mean? And there's a step with radical step, and then there's the step with least resistance. You don't want to go all guns blazing when you don't need to. You understand what I mean? So you need to be very cautious. So I'm saying the step towards reshaping the political mood, or the step towards changing the leadership, there's things that must be done. And I see the Russian model that they did in Mali, which is propaganda and anti-French rhetoric and all that stuff. Oh, it's not just about anti-French. It's feelings of pan-Africanism, feeling of
Well,
unity.
I liked it. I like what they did. I like that.
Me?
It needs to be there. It needs to be out there.
So
The French need to feel it.
Exactly. So the thing about getting that is because the governments right now, they control the education, they control the newspapers, they control access to information. They sometimes even shut down the internet. So this is a modern world we live in. They control all, so they won't do. So we only have alternative media sources like this to kind of push ideas of Pan-Africa, to revive it. Back then, our leaders back then didn't have it. Pan-Africanists back then didn't have it. So it's up to us to create this feeling, to create this mood that and it's up to us to control it and stay it, Kifaru. If you want Cameroon to be free, it's up to PIA to stay the mood of how Cameroonians feel in order to get the results they want to get. That's what the Russians did, and I think we can follow the same path and all that kind of stuff. There's things we can do to an individual level, and there's things we can do to a collective level, and it's up to us to know that. And that's all I was gonna say. You understand what I mean? So that's all.
Yeah. So this is my guy. He's got a party, the Cameroon Reformation Party, and I'm trying to buy it off. I'm just trying to get my finance right. It's going to be the first PPPA in Cameroon.
But Kifaru, you see the thing about you, that's why I criticized you last time.
I know. This is the thing. I know. Look, PAA is a political party. You can't hide being a political party.
Hide. Okay.
I get what you mean. You can't hide being a political party.
You heard what you just said there.
There's certain things we can't just say out. I do a lot of propaganda. That don't think I just speak everything out. As a political party, you can't hide. I get what you mean. I understand exactly. You understand?
The thing about what I say is that just now you say this is the political. I'm trying to buy him off, so you have to be cautious.
Yeah. You can do that. You can do that. You can. When I say buy to change,
don't ever say you're trying to buy him off. Just that just comes out. It's bad optics. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. When I say buying it, we're trying to convince him to change to the Pan-African.
You're trying to work with him. You're trying to work with him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's the only thing I have critical to say. Kifaru, really, what about your own personal security? That's why I think the Niger is a bit scared sometimes to come close to you. It's like, man, this Kifaru is gonna jeopardize my security. I better be careful.
Two Niger just want to talk. Two Niger just like to talk and be part of the conversation. He likes to be part of the conversation. You understand? I don't think it's just like two Niger want peace. You understand? It's like, we just need peace. But sometimes he speaks like a revolutionary.
I have a different perspective.
Some other time he speaks like someone that just want people to be happy.
Kifaru, don't fall for the optics out there and the painting that people are trying to make. Yes, Tunaija likes a conversation. I know he likes a conversation. He likes a debate and all that kind of stuff. You understand? But I hear conviction when he speaks and all that kind of stuff. So don't fall for the optics that Tunaija is this and that and all that. And who are you to rely on Tunaija anyway? If Tunaija is doing that, why should you mind? You should do what you gotta do in your own capacity. Exactly. You understand what I mean? So if Tunaija is just here for conversation, it's not up to me to kind of blame him or look down on him. Say, if he's just here and he's just here to spread information, at least I can benefit from the information he's given. But I know what I'm gonna do to my own capacity. So you don't mind what anybody else does. You just do what you are supposed to do. You get me?
Exactly. I'm gonna bring the website will be prepared soon. So people will need to click and register Pan-Africanist PAA in their various countries. Doesn't matter, even if you don't want to, just register it. We want to see the map where people are going. And
But
I want to tell
your
you this.
plan,
I've not really
is
pushed
the-
this channel because I want to prepare things. I want to have things in line. Because if you push it so much, do the advert, and then you need to give people content. Because I'm not going to lie,
yeah,
most of these people I have on this channel are from Kaizo and African Millennium. So the
yeah,
people
yeah,
who have their own mindset, some of them, they
yeah,
don't even like Pan Africanism. So I need to meet the Pan Africanist side of YouTube,
yeah,
especially
yeah,
the
yeah.
ones in Africa. That's the ones I really focus on. The
Thank God,
Africans
thank
of
God.
Africa.
You got it. You got it.
Yeah.
You got it. Kifaru, you've always got it. That's why me, when I talk, right, I'm
Yeah.
not trying to push. I'm trying to make sure that what I see is heard by the people that by some
Hmm.
people. It's heard, and people
Yes.
can pick out and say, "What draft trying to see here?" and all that stuff. You picked
Hmm.
out, and we all help each other grow and in refine the plan and all that kind of stuff. So your idea of having different PIA kind of groups all around Africa, fucking brilliant plan. You understand what I mean? And you don't
Yeah.
know where you might go, Kifaru. One day I might come back
Exactly.
around and say, I might come back around behind the scene and say, Kifaru, I think I'll create another chapter and all that kind of stuff. But
Yeah.
obviously, you
So
have
we
to,
can
you understand?
create our own movement. We start having our own meetings. Take it from
Yeah,
there gradually, gradually,
yeah, yeah,
because that's the
yeah,
only way. I believe, like we say, together we are stronger, and that is true.
yeah, yeah.
That is
So
true.
don't listen to the naysayers, Kifaru.
No,
Don't
no,
listen
I'm
to the
not. I'm not.
naysayers
I'm
and all
not.
that
My
kind of
biggest
stuff.
problem, is try to keep the streams coordinated. When people come and start cursing, sometimes, but I will have to do what I have to do, like taking people
You
out.
have
You
to take
understand?
control.
So
You
yeah,
have to
take
actually
control
take
of it.
control
Yeah, yeah,
and kick people out. Otherwise, it just messes
yeah.
everything up, and it
Don't worry,
just,
yeah.
you understand what I mean? Like you
Yeah.
see me, man. Fucking hell,
Yeah,
man.
I'm still
But
doing some
anyway,
my little things that is taking some of my time. But when I'll
yeah.
be completely free, this channel, don't worry. I know what I'm gonna do. Who I'm gonna meet. I'll be speaking with people that people don't even expect they can come on this channel. I just want to
Yeah,
get everything right. Then it's gonna be a Pan African channel. Like I want
there's
it
not
to
there's not a
dominate.
lot of them on YouTube. I mean, there's some, but there is an intellectual wing in Pan Africanism, or I don't like using that word because many people think, oh, you know what I mean, but there is. You understand what I mean? And it's just it gets muddied down the floor with some people who are overzealous. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Some people who are overzealous, so it gets muddied down and ideas are not heard and all that kind of stuff. But then you have the wing that challenges against Pan African, but there's nothing wrong with challenge, but if you can do it genuinely and honestly, then we,
Exactly,
we care, you
exactly.
understand? But
I,
some
I want
people just like stuff to
exactly
be
like
fluffy.
opposition is good, but it should be genuine opposition. If
It
you're
should be
opposing
genuine.
an ideology and giving a better option, that's fine. But if you're just opposing someone, maybe because you don't just like him, to me, there's no
Yeah.
place for that. You understand?
There,
Makes
there's,
no sense.
there's no place. I've come to realize that not to discuss man, not to debate with I'm not even gonna use the word Kifaru. I'm ending it. I'm gonna
Yeah,
close it.
thanks for coming, man. Thanks for coming.
All right, no worries. I was listening. I just needed to when things calm down. And good luck to Brian and all that stuff. With all the best to him. Hopefully a swift recovery and all that stuff to what's happening to
Yes.
you with cancer. That was something else. So I hope a swift
Well,
recovery.
did it actually mean cancer or it just meant something bad?
He said cancer. I heard he said cancer or something
Yeah, I
like
thought
that.
he was just
So
using it as a metaphor, but okay. I just hope it was just a metaphor. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for
Anyways,
coming.
man.
Thanks for
No worries.
coming. Yeah.
Peace. Calm. Peace.
All right. Yeah, thanks, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've come to the end of the show. We started talking about Ambazonia and we went into talking about the African continent and how separating African countries is not the best option. There were people who think it's a good idea, but for the most part, everyone agreed on the point that separating into different tribal groups is not going to help us. We get weaker. And yeah, so I love the discussion. We stayed around the topic of politics and Pan-Africanism. That's always what we want to keep on this channel. We may have a little dose, but we'll try to control them. So I thank all of you for being here with me. For those of you who've always been here, what's it called? Hawatako, I can fire Kaizo, I can name everyone. And yeah, Ja and all those who contributed in the show. You guys are really, really appreciated. So, guys, it's Friday night. Damn, most of my time has been taken by the stream, but it's okay. It's always good talking to you guys. So, until then, next week, bye.
Miro